course, the price we are paying for taking part in this sort of intensive course where there is sort of new things coming your way all the time, and we have to rake our brains to, come up and remember the new things to talk about. So welcome to all our online participants as well. I can see that there is quite a few also gathered on that side. Today we will have today's sort of structure will work pretty much the same as yesterday. So we will have two lectures now. It's my turn to talk about sort of things, and then in the afternoon we will have a tutorial when we will more or less replicate the stuff which I'm going to be talking about, in particular in the first lecture. So all the wave to X and those type of things. We also have results of our own analysis of our own recordings. I will even sort of show you a spoiler a little bit later on this first lecture. So it's exciting. Of course, same as yesterday, we will run in the afternoon in the tutorial some codes in the Jupyter notebook, the same as yesterday, which means that you will then have access to the codes for the future, and you can play with the things later on. If you have your own data, you can try them on and all that. There's going to be one caveat, but we'll talk about it later, that as currently we don't have the Jupyter way implemented the actually extractions of the latent vectors. That's because those things actually have to run on a GPU, so as opposed to CPU. But we don't want to overload Google by 50 people running the same code. So not that Google is particularly sensitive, but we will also share that type of that portion of the code later on in some sort of GitHub repository where everything is going to be ready. So I just want to mention that, so to keep in mind that when you don't understand something or you are curious about how something will be working, you will have your chance to try it for yourself. Tomorrow we can actually discuss, and we will discuss what type of research actually you might be doing, what you might want to do, and how you might want to apply these type of techniques and technologies for your own research. So yes, today I'm going to be talking about these machine learning, deep learning approaches in two sort of sections. First one, I'm going to be talking exactly about this wave to wake, about little bit black boxy things, where we cannot really pinpoint definitely whether what we are capturing, we are capturing phonetic, phonotactical, morphological, or prosodic relationships among the different dialects or languages or whatever we are comparing. So I'm just sort of, let's imagine we are looking at sort of phonetic in general. Phonetic sort of subsums prosodic. Prosody is part of whatever there is in a signal and whatever people are talking about. One way or the other, this is the way how to quantify and bring forth and analyze linguistic diversity. We are comparing. Comparing means that we are assuming that some underlying characteristics of the different groups of signal and all that are different. There is some source of some variance, source of which we are trying to capture. So we are essentially looking at diversity. We are analyzing and quantifying diversity. We are not hand-waving things that saying like, oh, this is diverse. But we are trying to actually establish that these things are a little bit more similar, and in this direction there is more, quantifiable way, more diversity. And in this direction perhaps the things are more related to each other. So this is this kind of quantifiable and the what is the word? Sort of computational way, essentially, one of many, how to assess and evaluate the linguistic diversity. So today I'm gonna be sort of first bringing, actually I copied some slides from the day before yesterday about wave-to-vec. So, by the way, I think Priyankoo told me that in one of my slides I misspelled this wave to I don't remember. Sometimes, for some reason, of course, in my mother tongue, we don't have the approximant w. So I always have to think when I write, when I even sort of try to write a file name and add the end, I always have to think whether it's wave or wave. For me, it's not natively contrastive, so yeah, so I use relatively randomly all sort of spellings. So when I haven't tried to invent the new type of format, which would be VAW or something like that, or WAW. All of them are equivalent for me. They are sort of allophonic to my ear and my brain. Then we sort of try to figure out how we actually, I've showed you some of those results of the analysis. So we are going to go step by step of how we get them. So we are going to think about how to create the utterance level latent representations. And latent representations mean that they are essentially mappings of some object to this very multidimensional numeric space in format of the vector. The mapping is driven by the structure driven by exactly similarities and differences between whatever we are mapping into the latent space. So it's not random, but the precise details how this mapping works, because it's driven by machine learning approach. It's sort of utilitarian mapping. It's mapping so that it works for whatever purpose we impose on the machine learning thing. Is a little bit opaque. We don't really know. We know that whatever the machine needs is there, but we don't necessarily know in what format. So we are going to talk about how can we obtain this utterance level representation as opposed to sort of frame level representation. I'll talk about that in detail. And then I'm going to throw at you, this is implicit in the entire sort of lecture, sort of course, I guess, but I'm not sure whether I sort of spelled out the main hypothesis. Don't expect anything very deep, but that's actually something which is driving all of this type of diversity quantification research. And then we look at the language and dialect level latent representation. So we start from some small portion, utterance, and then how can we create the latent representation of a dialect or language. And then we look at some sort of visualization of capturing the relationships. So a visualization of of quantified take on linguistic diversity, essentially. So this is the slide I copied from one of the previous talks. This is this architecture of the wave-to-vec. You don't have to worry about how it works, really. We know that precisely this is a picture drawn sort of bottom up, essentially. So this is input, this is output to the trained wave-to-vec network. So you feed some waveform, you analyze bit by bit pieces of the network. You take, depending on the setting, these are relatively small pieces, if I remember, like 25 milliseconds or so. And then you summarize using some convolutional networks. This is some network architecture which can sort of find the characteristics, in particular of the sort of signal moving continuous signal. You summarize them in some latent representations, and then you train the thing so that you can predict. You hide one of those latent representation for some particular portion, and you make sure that the network can sort of predict, can use the other representation from the surrounding material, from the surrounding portion of the signal, and predict what's actually missing, what would be hidden from that. Mm-hmm. There is also this, for some people who are sort of interested in that, there is this contrastive loss element in that. That actually, because if you think about that, because this machine, this network, learns those representations and then predicts the same representations. So in theory, what could the network learn if we kind of were naively just sort of wanted to predict? It would just learn to predict, for example, zeros, and we hide them from whatever we feed it, it would predict zeros. And then, we would hide one vector of zeros and ask, can you predict the vector of zeros from the other vectors of zeros? And the network would say, sure, I can, That's easy. So it's not that simple. What you rather ask the network is you pick the candidate. You give it a candidate from the surrounding signal, and he has to be able to say, this is not this, not this, not this, not this, yes this. So that of course beats that zero idea, you know, because it has to say, oh, these are not the zeros, not the zeros, yes, so that wouldn't work. So that's why it has to contrastively pick. For each portion, it has to be different than the other portions. And not only the representativeness of the latent representation of the given portion of the signal is what counts, but also that it's different from the others. So that's how it really works, you know. But this is, you know, this is a well-established technique. You can, you know, look it up. You can read papers on that. There's many papers on that. This is a very, very important part of machine learning technology. I'm sure you can ask ChatGPT and it will explain reliably and in some sort of detail how this works. That's how much material is actually, much discussion is about this technique around. So, yeah, this is, I guess, this is again a copy from my own lecture. So with the pre-trained to-vec network transfer speech signal to sequence of latent representations. The latent representation encode contextual information, and they can be then used. This is so-called foundational model. So this is a self-supervised model. You don't give it any task. The only task which it needs to do is to represent it so that it's in a context-dependent way. But you don't say that, well, I actually need this for speech recognition or speech synthesis or language identification. This is called foundational model, which just is created. It doesn't know what we want it for. The only thing it knows is that it has to create a representation which characterizes the big portion of that and is different from the others, from the neighboring ones, right? So we know that it captures all sort of interesting characteristics. By the way, when I talk about these vectors, they are really big. I don't remember what is in this particular XLS are actually the particular flavor of the Web2Vec. What are they? 2048, I think, dimensional of those vectors. So we're not talking about 3 numbers. We are talking about a lot of numbers to represent each of these little portions. Now, so how can we? So we get from now I turn it upside down. As a matter of fact, how can we? So there's a signal, and these are those little convolutional things which actually they actually do the coding bit. So you know, we get for each speech signal is some sort of utterance. We get a sequence of these representations. So how can we get the representation for the utterance level? We want one code, one vector for the entire utterance. So what we do is sort of we create another type of network of some sort which summarizes these things and maps all this entire sequence to one vector. To one vector. So there is a single vector latent, again, sort of with the hidden properties for us necessary, representation of the entire utterance. So this is done by the technique called attention pooling. Don't worry about it, I'll unpack it a little bit. The important thing is that this summarization is done in the way which is useful for the task we want to do. You can have many different summarizations of the utterance. You might want to summarize the utterance for in order to do some speaker identification thing. So then this particular network would learn to pick all sort of important things from these latent representations of the sequence, which are important for identifying a speaker, for some forensic task. Or you might want to do some, want to build some noise cancelling, headphones or something, noise cancelling technology. So you might pick all of the things which, all of the information which this sequence of vectors contain, which is relevant to assess the amount of noise, or even sort of separate the signal from the noise, as it were. Anything we can do. So this is already sort of task-oriented sort of architecture. So this is another slide I copied from somewhere. So I'll come back to that in a second. this is, we are talking about this language identification task. So this is some sort of, again, black boxy network which acts as a language identification network. It's a classifier of the sort Priyankoo was talking about. This is one of those machine learning based classifier. Very powerful classifier. The idea is that you feed it some sort of utterance, run it through the network, these sequence of numbers, all good, network, and it gives you the probability, let's say, of the language from which it thinks that particular utterance comes. So, yeah, so this is English one, and this particular cell here, these are just a bunch of numbers, If you feed it some other utterance, it would give high probability, whatever it thinks the corresponding language actually is. So, if we look a little bit inside how it works, the language identification, they actually often, nowadays the modern ones, so the ones we were looking at, they actually, rather than receiving the raw waveform, they actually receive the sequence of the latent representation from way to back, already sort of pre-processed signal, and then they put some attention layer. Attention layers, for those who, many of you know what it is, who you don't know, it's a super powerful and very, very simple technique which essentially learns for the given signal what portions of the signal are important for the given task. So it learns where to look. So because this is going to be, the target of this is to identify the language, so it will automatically, this is all trained, it will learn to extract where should I look, what part of features I should look at. And then it sort of whatever the attention layer spits out, it sort of goes through several other whatever processing layers. I think this, if I remember well, this is kind of correct. I just copied it from the paper more or less, but it can be any type of architecture. By the way, if you're interested, the attention layer is a core part of slightly bigger machine learning sort of block, which is called transformer. It's a core part of transformer. Transformer is essentially just attention layer wrapped within two other type of layers, convolutional or dense layers. Doesn't really matter. But again, the transformer is what is it, the T in GPT. So this is a core technology, core architecture behind all of these massive large language models and all of these super successful applications which we are using now. So now importantly, we feed a lot of hidden vectors, a lot of latent vectors, and here after attention summarizes them, and from here on, now this beats me. From here on, we work on the sort of whatever prescribed size of the vector here is. So this is a sequence, and here we get a sort of single vector, a summary, a task-dependent summary of the sequence of vectors. That actually means, so these connections are passing a fixed length information. They are passing vectors for each utterance, a vector, a long vector. Again, 2000 dimensional, 1000 dimensional, whatever. Importantly, they are fixed length. Whatever input length is, these are fixed length. So we can actually pick one up and take that as a representation of the utterance. This is a fixed length thing. By the way, here is a softmax layer. Softmax layer is something which again is trained to translate some particular latent representation to this vector of probabilities. It's some particular thing which essentially it's a vector. It's a normal deep learning layer. The only thing is that essentially the output sums to 1 and is all positive. So that means that you can interpret the output as a vector of probabilities. And again, each of the sort of cells in that vector is then correspond, for example, to one language. So there would be a probability that this given utterance comes from that language and not the other. But anyway, what's important for us, so here at this point, the network has generated all the information which are available for the language identifier to make that decision in the last layer, as it were. So we can assume that after several layers of processing, this is the representation which contains all the information relevant for language identification as extracted by this machine learning thing. So that's why we can use that as the vector to represent the entire utterance. So I just sort of lumped it here, just turned it around, put it here. This is the attention layer fully connected, and this I chopped that last softmax off. So now I can feed the signal, run it through the wave-to-vec sequence of representations, and then extract all the information in a finite length form, all the latent information which is trained to be relevant for language identification. So we come from input speech signal to a single representation, single vector representation of the vector, of the signal. These, luckily for us, we don't have to worry about training these things. We can just plop them from some GitHub somewhere, because these have been trained by other people. And they've been trained on a vast amount of linguistic and speech material. So at least the original sort of wave-to-vec thing, XLSR is the name of that particular wave-to-vec implementation, has been trained on, 436,000 hours of speech. I would say by now it's probably trained on more than that, and from very many languages. Well, not that very many, but from a substantial amount of languages of hopefully reasonable diversity. We will talk about these particular things tomorrow. And then the other part, which processes these wave-to-vec things and sort of uses them for the language identification task, was also pre-trained by actually our colleagues from Tallinn. Tallinn is just across the water from Helsinki. Again, it was trained on, did I miss that? Oh yeah, on a speech data from over 107 languages. So they were, doing this, the final, I think it was 107, the final vector had 107 points. So, the network was trained to distinguish 107 languages. Importantly, it learned to distinguish those languages, and not the others. But we assume, and our sort of results show that our assumption is correct, that it can be still used to extract characteristics from also from the language which were not used in the training. So we learned something a little bit more broad about how languages are related to each other and similar to each other. So, yeah. So the latent fixed length vector contain, in a numerical form, remember, I'm a mathematician, I'm happy when I have numbers, all information which can be used for language identification. It probably contains, almost certainly contains, all sort of phonetic, phonotactic, spectral information about the signal. Not necessarily detailed phonetic phonotactic information. Not necessarily the thing that, some sort of form and values for entire vowel space of the given language, but some sort of characteristics, in complicatedly, presumably encoded spectral characteristics of the signal, which are relevant for language identification. So maybe, if there are, for example, if there are some languages characterized by sort of retroflexes, so it probably keeps some knowledge about that. That there is some retroflex would leave some acoustic mark. So because the retroflex might be useful, presence or absence of retroflex might be useful for identifying the language. Therefore, it will probably represent that watermark which retroflex leaves in the signal in some way or the other. It very likely contains sort of rhythmic characteristics of the language, because those are easily discernible from the signal, relatively easily discernible from the signal, and they are very useful for identifying languages. It almost certainly captures some overall intonational patterns, because again, those things are kind of robustly, as we were trying to show on the first day, relatively robustly presented in a signal because they come from the voice source, so they leave the mark, and they are, as we know, very useful for distinguishing among the languages. But of course, we don't really know precisely. We don't know exactly what it contains, and we don't know how it's encoded there. So it's a little bit of a black boxy thing, but we can be confident that all of this information is somehow stored in the latent vector. So, anybody has any questions, any comments? Despairing or happy? I need to take a sip of water. So. We will have time for comments later. I'm not 100% sure how long this lecture will go. I have 2 of them, so I don't know. We might, between them, they should cover just about the right amount of 3 hours. So.
I think there was one slide, if you go back, where you talked about the fixed length.
This?
Yeah. But prior to that, like maybe before that, another one. Yeah. So this one, if you can just again simplify a little bit, that would be great.
Okay. Excellent. So once again, when the wave-to-vec technique generates is a sequence of vectors and a sequence of the length. Well, the vectors have some particular fixed length, but there can be 30 vectors, they can be 300 vectors, depending on how long the speech signal is. It's it's a kind of windowing. We are going with the magnifying glass through the signal, and if the signal is long, we need to have many. We obtain very many vectors. If the signal is short, we obtain few vectors. This is not very good for comparing the different type of signals, because we cannot compare easily 50 vectors with 500 vectors. What we can easily do in a vector arithmetics is to compare 2 vectors, however long they are, but they should be from the same space. Same space meaning they should have the same dimensionality. They could be both 512 dimensional, as opposed, then it's fine. If one is 512 dimensional, one is 7,000 dimensional, it's difficult to compare them. So this entire thing, this entire sort of, it's called fine-tuning of the foundational model, is used among other things. Well, this fine-tuning was used for language identification task, but we use it to summarize the bunch of vectors which come from the signal in one vector of the same length for each signal, regardless how long the signal is. And it's done, the summarization is done by the attention layer. We don't have to worry how it works, but it's done by the attention layer, which sort of is trained to know where to look. And this is the summarizer, essentially. This is the thing which summarizes the sequence of vector into one vector in the manner which is relevant for its task, which is to spot differences among the languages. And then we don't have to worry that there are some processing steps here. These are processing steps which already are performed on the finite, on a fixed length of the vector. I don't remember Tukka might remember this is, I think this fits like 2048. Usually they kind of get a little bit shrinking. This one. Yeah, this is 512, this is for 2048, and this probably is half of that, so it kind of halves it, usually. As you know, there is no particular reason for that, but because this is all built by the IT nerds, so all the sizes are sort of the power of 2, So nobody would make the 1,000-dimensional network, but 1,000-dimensional vector. It has to be 1,024. No particular reason for that, as a matter of fact. But that's how it is. Is that clearer? And that way we can actually take any signal in of whatever length and obtain a vector representation of the given fixed length. As Tukka said, I think what we extracted is 512-dimensional vector. So however long signal we get 512 numbers at the end of that. And those numbers, between them, contain all the information network learned to identify as relevant for language identification. So when we have a database like this, so let's imagine this is database like Assamese database I think we were talking about earlier, Assamese dialect database. These are going to be cartoon pictures. I will every now and then I point when I'm violating some sort of geometry, as a matter of fact. This is a difficult one. The 512 dimensional vectors. It's very difficult to imagine 512 dimensional space, and that's not possible to plot. So, but let's imagine, and these are some recordings. Recordings, and the color of those recordings corresponds to a dialect or whatever, or location. So we have them somehow. The orange and the green and that sort of blues. We should have picked some more basic colors, because my color naming in English is actually really relatively poor. I'm constantly arguing with my daughters and my wife, who is an artist, when I talk about like, what about that, whatever, did you see that car in that particular color? And they're looking, and it's like, that's completely wrong color, what I'm not colorblind, but my naming, the mapping is not working. So yeah, so now when we have the database like that, now we have a technique how we can translate all of these recordings to the bunch of vectors of the same length, right? And again, we keep the coloring. We remember from what in our metadata, as a matter of fact, we need to where each of these vectors came from, right? So the main idea and hypothesis behind all of this exercise is this. The more similar the recordings in some particular aspect, the more similar the numerical representations they are, and vice versa. So now we quantified linguistic diversity, or phonetic or prosodic diversity. Without this type of an approach, we can say, oh, these things are somewhat more similar, and these things is very different. This is language from the Maya language from Central America. So this, and we can hear that it's very different. It's very diverse. This way we can quantify it. We can put a number on the differences and the distances between things. In this particular case, because the latent representations, as we were talking until now, are fine-tuned for language, or potentially maybe dialect. We know that they work on dialect identification. The similarity among those vectors maybe corresponds to the language dialect similarity among the recordings. If we use the latent representations, which were trained for, let's say, speaker identification, then we would know that the similarity among those later representation is probably linked to similarity among the speakers. So the more similar voice of the speakers, the numerically closer those vectors would be. The more different voice, presumably numerically more different those vectors would be, right? Because we trained it for language identification, presumably for language identification, the speaker information is not so important. So presumably, to a large extent, the machine learning tries to wipe that out. It doesn't really care whether it's a young boy or middle-aged woman or somebody with any type of potentially even speech impairment. It tries to only suck out or represent the characteristics which are relevant for differences among the languages. So now, using this type of representation, we would hope that the more similar the vectors are, more similar the languages from which these vectors, or dialects from which vectors actually come. Mm-hmm. Now, why we are so ecstatic about having things in the vector representation? First of all, because mathematicians, and second, because we can actually do all sort of meaningful operations on the vectors. You can, for example, calculate the distance between the vectors. I'm not going to go to the This is an example from one of the previous slides as well. You learned at school, you know, how to calculate the distance between 2 points. This is a Pythagoras theorem, you know, it's sort of, this is a right angle triangle. So this is the one line. We know how long is this because it's this minus this. We know how long is this because it's this minus this, right? And therefore we can calculate the length of that third thing, which I know there is English name, but because I studied math in Slovak, I have no clue what they call it. So, yeah, so in this particular case, the distance between these two-dimensional vectors would be roughly 5.83 units, whatever the unit here is. And this can be generalized to multiple dimensions. So this is not the only way how to measure distance. There are many ways how to measure distance, and we can sort of pick freely whichever actually suits our purposes best. In fact, for I think most of our applications, we use a so-called cosine distance, which is recommended for as a measure of distance on a very multidimensional spaces, rather than this what is called Euclidean distance. And, you know, see the pattern. Euclides was all ancient Greek. Pythagoras was ancient Greek. Yeah, so it comes from that. I'm sure it probably doesn't come from that part of it. It probably comes from this part of the world, but they kind of copied that and presented to the Europeans. And then the cosine distance is a distance it's a distance like when you are looking at the starry sky, and you see the distances between the stars. Can you measure distances, angular distances that were between them? Of course, we know that some of them are vastly far away, and some of them are vastly a little bit closer. You know, they're all vastly far, but some of them are more vastly far than the others. But we ignore that distance. We are only looking at the distance that appear to us on the so we have all of those constellations. We know that some of those stars and constellations are bizarrely far from each other, but we see them as a lump. So that's the type of distance we use. We can use a lot of type of distances on the vectors. In general, we can do most of the things which we can do with numbers, we can do with vectors. We can sort of like sum them. We can, you know, subtract one from the other. We can multiply them. Let's not go there. That's slightly more complicated. We can take a square root of them. All sorts of things. Normally, as mathematicians, we kind of, you know, very often just, as you know, we represent everything in variables, A, B, C's, rather than the 1, 2, 3's. And it's a good habit to put some sort of mark that this particular variable corresponds to the vector. But very often we sort of forget about that. And we do everything with them as numbers. So it's a good thing. We can do all sorts of things. For example, we can calculate the mean, an average of multiple vectors. You know, you can calculate the average of numbers. You can calculate the average of vectors. In this case, again, this is two-dimensional, so the average is like this point. I calculated it for you, and it's sort of somewhere in the middle of them, right? A little bit closer to this lump because there are two here, you know, like that. There is a little formula for these three vectors. Straightforward.
Is it Pythagorean?
Yeah, this is just a normal mean. Again, as Priyankoo has sort of noted, we can do means. We can do all sort of other type of means than arithmetic mean with numbers. We can do geometric mean and whatever other types of means, harmonic mean and what have you. We can do all of those type of means with vectors as well. Essentially, almost everything we can do with numbers, we can do with vectors, and plenty more. Sorry, this was the small, you know, mathematics. Now I'm satisfied. I've thrown in some math. We can go on. So now, when we show this database here, we have a one vector per utterance, but we want one vector per dialect or per language or whatever, you know, unit of linguistic diversity, as a matter of fact, we pick. So the simple idea is, well, just take the mean of them, right? So we have all of these, there are these sort of, this type of blue vectors here. I a little bit sort of made them to fade away, and this is the mean of them. You just sort of sum them all and divide by number of things. Here is the brown one, the mean, the green mean, and all that. So we just take the mean of all of those vector, utterance level vectors which represent the given language, and voila, you have the vector representing the language. It's crazy, no? 212 dimensional vector, 212 numbers, 512 numbers, it's quite a lot of numbers, but still representing a language. I got so used to that I didn't sort of really think much about that. But we were teaching, we took actually earlier this school year, the last semester, we're teaching the similar course in Finland, and there were some linguists in the audience. And when we got to roughly this point, one of them stood up and said like, "What? One vector representing language? What do you mean by that?" It's I'm not going to unpack it to you more than I did, but just imagine that, it's crazy. You know, like of course, we have to then realize that, okay, of course, it doesn't represent the entire vocabulary of the language. It doesn't represent all structural characteristics of the language. It doesn't represent all the morphology or history or number of speakers or, you know, diversity among the speakers and what have you. It represents the characteristics of the language which are present in a signal and are useful to distinguish from the others. That's what it does. That's why I'm going to be talking about this language representation, latent language representation. Take it with this pinch of salt. I'm not talking that now I put these 500 numbers in my some sort of bag somewhere, and I go somewhere to the dark, quiet corner and reconstruct the entire language from those 512 things. That's not going to happen. But it is, to many uses and purposes, the vector representing the language or dialect. Now I scheduled a short break. So this was probably a short break which I scheduled when I was preparing these slides. I needed to stretch my back. So I don't know, do you have any questions, comments? I think the idea why I kind of scheduled this short break was to sort of leave you for a few seconds and minutes or so to contemplate this idea that we have a vector representing a language, you know. One can even sort of take it almost as an insult, you know. It took years as a kid to learn my native language to a native level. I've been cherishing it, reading poetry, writing things, and learn other languages. 512 numbers, that's lame, Surely it could take me a few afternoons to learn those. So it's important to realize what we are talking about. It's the particular signal-based characteristics which distinguish one recording from the other based on the language in which that recording was uttered. Anybody in the other side? Any questions? I think you're unmuted. Oh yes, this was to somebody else. I think. I hope. Maybe sometimes some people forget to get muted, and yes, I hope that you can hear me and see me. Oh, now I actually can use this little break also to check what time is it, because I have no clue. Oh, excellent, excellent. So let's take 5 minutes because I need to catch my breath and. to wear microphone in just about any side of the room because I shout quite a lot, but I guess I wouldn't manage to make it all the way to Delhi, so maybe that's mic is useful. So anyway, as we were saying, you know, we have the way how to translate the there's some sort of input signal through some processing steps. You know, these processing steps are nothing else but recombining the numbers in all sort of cunning way. Summarizing, multiplying, summing, finding some particular patterns and representing them in some other bunches of numbers. We were talking about that. This is just number crunching. So convolutional layers look at some sort of shortish patterns within the vectors, within the things which comes in, and create another type of signal, continuous signal from them. Attention layer is learning where to look, and again, learning where to look in this mathematical sense is literally to take how eventually it's gonna just sum all the things which come in. But learning the weights, how much weight, this is number, how much I can take this vector and multiply it by 100. That's the vector I attend to. And this other vector talking about these C's, and this other vector which only multiply by 0.1. So it sort of disappears in the sum. This is how it learns where to look. This is all number crunching type of a thing. And you end up with the vector of finite length, vector just a sequence of numbers, 512 in this case numbers, and we have representation of the utterance. And then we can take, in a good case, we can take the mean of the utterances for the given class in this case. You know, we were talking about classes. These numbers represent classes, dialects, languages, whatever we are interested in. Take the average of them. And voila, we have the one number per dialect or per language. That is, it all goes well. You know, this doesn't always go so well. There is a potential caveat. You know, I drew all of these sort of vectors here, representations of the utterances, as sort of naturally grouped by their class to which they belong, or the language group, language, whatever. Now, this is very important. This is what I mentioned at the very beginning. I shouldn't forget it. Where I told you that, you know, I'm sort of violate geometry here, because this is a cartoonish representation of that. Of course, you know, I have some sort of vectors, and it looks like if they were sitting next to each other comfortably in this two-dimensional space on which I can plot that. But these are points in 512-dimensional space, which is, even when I do something like this, it's very misleading because it's unimaginable space. But they are points. And this is the idea, is that I just as if projected them into this two-dimensional space, and roughly, cartoonishly, sort of metaphorically, the distance on the screen here as if corresponds to the distance in this very big space. So this is a metaphoric, this is the cartoon idea. I was struggling how to plot that. People has been for centuries, maybe millennia, struggling with the idea how to plot things from multidimensional spaces to smaller dimensional spaces. Of course, some of the first people who struggled with that, I guess, are the visual artists. They are painting, representing three-dimensional space on the canvas, in two dimensions. So there are all millions of techniques when you look at the world art, how they, perspective, all sort of, camera does the same thing, figuring out many techniques. Not all cultures came up with the fine art, which would actually try to represent the three-dimensional space on the 2Ds. Many cultures came with the fine art which represent many more dimensional things in a 2D. For example, the worth, the class of the people. In the ancient Egyptian art, all the slaves are this small and the pharaoh is huge. That's another way of representing other dimension. no, only. There are historical dimensions, things which are in the past. In some paintings are smaller. Things are in a present are bigger, or the other way around sometimes in some cultures. That's another dimension. So the artists have struggled and came up with solution how to project multi-dimensional spaces to a canvas. So that's an old task. Of course, the map makers had a problem with that as well. That was, of course, the different. It was not so multidimensional. It was a spheric thing, which they have to map on some sort of something which some whatever traveler can use in order to get from one point to other. And we know, probably some of you know the history, that these attempts were more or less successful. And bizarrely enough, the most successful attempts, like Mercator projection, led to all sort of unwanted repercussions, where some parts of the globe are usually exaggerated. And on a standard map we get in a classroom, like Greenland is South Africa. It's just silly, Greenland is the size of Sudan or something like that. So there are all of those issues. So there is no perfect solution by definition. You cannot, by definition, project multidimensional space to smaller dimensional space. It's a lossy. You lose something, you gain something, you lose something, and you can choose. What little bit like with the language identification classifier, you can choose what you want to keep and what you want to lose. So with the Mercator projection, they decided that they don't care about the sizes, but if I remember it right, the angles correspond right. So the ship captain, if they look that on a map tells them to turn the right angle, and they turn the ship right angle, they are going to go the right direction. This is not a trivial task, but this is what they wanted to achieve. So this is another, so bearing that in mind, that this is again cartoonish 2D representation of very complex system, where like what can happen is something like this, that we have actually two big lumps of these, clouds of these classes. Something like, why could this, for example, happen? What could these two clouds represent? So you have the languages from that whatever purple, I leave you to pick which I refer to as purple. Purple bunch of vectors and the purple bunch of vectors here are sort of disconnected. So what could lead to this type of a thing? We talked about this type of issue quite a lot. So this must be based on gender. Oh, sorry, on the I've spoiled the sorry beans. This must be based on the signal. Yeah, gender things might lead to something like this. For example, we will actually tonight, this afternoon in the tutorials, we will look into something like this. Now, a little bit earlier I said that because this network is fine-tuned for language identification, it will probably learn to ignore some of these differences. But in practice, it does not always do that. Why is that? What can lead? I'm going to sort of give you some hints. This is a difficult question. It actually took us like several weeks to sort of figure this out. Why would it be? The answer is very simple, but it's not straightforward. So this is all based on the data. This is all trained. So all the way how these representations are formed, how these networks have learned to crunch numbers together, are heavily dependent on the training material you give it. So, and I can tell you that this might have something to do with the training material you give it. So this means that the network actually did learn to represent the gender somewhere in those five. They left some numerical combinations among those 512 to represent gender. Why would it do that? Why would it bother to learn something about the gender? So maybe there could be some gender-based characteristics which make differences among the languages. I don't know. There might be in some languages that, I don't know, the female adopt different register to male or something like that. That's a possibility. And I'm sure that there is a combination of effects. This would be very relevant possibility in my opinion. But this is the network. This is actually important thing to kind of remember. Like I want to bring this forth because it might little bit sort of clarify how these things work or get the slightly different image. So the databases might not be perfectly balanced in terms of the genders or biological sexes of the speakers. So there might be primarily like 70% males from Swedish and 70% female from Hindi. So the network learned that these statistical biases are relevant for language identification. That's how cunning and stupid those networks are at the same time. You know, they latch on anything. They latch on any statistical patterns. So, like, if there was a case that there was the Swedish portion was dominated by males and the Hindi portion was dominated by females, and the network, as if I'm anthropologizing it, couldn't really decide whether it was Hindi or Swedish, it would place its bet on the gender. Oh, I have no clue, this is something strange, but it's a male, so it's probably Swedish. So these imbalances, even relatively subtle imbalances, lead the network to actually represent this type of information. And this is a sort of, I'm not going to assign imbalance to this. This is, let's say, gender-based. Anything can be, anything which, any binary feature, for example, or ternary feature, can make the network to split to represent this type of characteristics. By the way, never think of these 512-dimensional vectors. As I said, they are sequences of numbers. It never works that the one number corresponds to anything interpretable, really. It's a very complex combinations of those numbers which correspond to something very interpretable. So if you look at the database, if you could look into 512-dimensional space, you probably wouldn't see these two different clouds. You have to look at it from right angle. But there would be a combination of those numbers. Combination of the numbers corresponds. This would require some sort of course in linear algebra. Combination of numbers corresponds to the angle at which you look at this multidimensional space. From some angle, you would potentially see these type of things, and very likely from multiple angles. There could be age effect as well. You know, it learns that all speakers of Slovak are older than speakers of Czech. And those are tough languages, so I'm going to improve my score by betting Slovak for older people. So many of these things will be represented there. So yeah, this was, I said I didn't gonna say, but I did. I couldn't resist. So how can we deal this type of a thing? Can we somehow, metaphorically, move the vectors around to further remove these unwanted sources of variation? Because this is what it is. This is what we were talking about yesterday, before yesterday. These are the sources of variation which do not interest us potentially. Of course, we might want to exaggerate them if they do interest us, as a matter of fact. But if they don't interest us, we might want to remove them. So how can we do that? So how can we move the vectors for a given language dialect together? Remember, we do know those labels. We know from what language the given vector is. So this is one of those things what Priyankoo was talking about yesterday, is a sort of supervised way of processing this vector space. We know the sort of correct answers for all our data points. So how can we move the vectors so that the vectors from the same language will end up more or less close together, and from the other languages, so from the same class will be as close as they can, and between classes would be as far as they can, right? Moving means technically transforming the space by, again, some mathematical operation. So one of the ways we use, and sort of comes up straightforwardly, is use some classifier on the top of this vector. In particular, linear discriminant analysis, Priyankoo was talking about yesterday. Linear discriminant analysis is something which, I think I have the next slide, LDA not only, as Priyankoo was saying yesterday, sort of linearly delimits different classes, but, very helpfully, it also provides a transformation, formula for a transformation of the space, which turns the space so that as if those linear boundaries, because create multiple linear boundaries between the classes, correspond to sort of the axis of the space. So it turns it so that the first dimension is the major split among the data. Second dimension is a second major split about the data. So we transform the space that we can actually only pick several first dimensions, and we could see the structure of the most important structural characteristics which are there. And the transformation is such that it puts all the data labeled as the same, as close together as possible. It doesn't really move them. This is important thing. I should maybe a little bit abandon this particular metaphor, because if we start moving things, then we lose the painstakingly unearthed relationship. It identifies the directions at which to look at the space, from which the classes, the elements of the classes are seen as close as possible together, and the things which are out of the classes are seen as sort of as far as possible from each other. It's a little bit like, imagine that you, again very little bit, because this multidimensionality really is tough in terms of metaphors, and every metaphor fails a little bit. But it's a little bit like if somebody came up, some other culture came up from, some extraterrestrials landed on the Earth, and they were looking at the sky, they know the stars, and they would go like, well, that star there, and that star there are actually in the same constellation for us. And that star there, and that star there are from the same constellation for us, and all that. They would sort of color those dots, those stars, in the constellations. And we would go like, well, this is a crazy one, like, why would you take these stars? And then some physicist or some astronomer would come, okay, I can identify where the planet is. So you would have to find the point in the space from which these stars get close together. These stars are lumped, these classes are put together from the constellation of extraterrestrials, and between the constellations the things are sort of far apart. Right? This is something which the LDA can also do. So it can transform the space, we can visualize the main direction of similarities. Again, in the afternoon, we will do these things on our data. Yeah. So it sorts the dimensions of the transformed space. Doesn't really sort, it sort of transforms them in some sense, so that the first resulting dimension depicts the dimension along which classes are most distinguishable, etc., etc. So it essentially does this in kind of metaphorical sense. A little bit like moving from one planet to the other planet, where all of these things then match on the top of each other, right? So we can do this LDA transformation if we have the language labels or dialect labels, and sharpen essentially the lumping of the representations of the given languages together. Or actually in this case, lumping the representation of the utterances. We do this before we do the calculation of the means. We do this transformation on the utterances. We put the utterances sort of closer together and further together. Again, in the afternoon, you will be able to see how these things are done. And then we calculate the means. By the way, if we calculated the means, this is now drawn the way I don't remember male or female which way was which, but the random label, there is no data. This is purely hand-drawn, by the way. So we could actually calculate the means here. What would happen? The mean is like the vector. The mean of the vector is like the vector which is like in the middle of all of them, right? In this particular case, because I just copied these things twice, so I have same number of vectors on the left, let's say the purple ones, whichever you think are purple, and the same number of purple on the right. So if I actually, in this particular case, if I calculated the mean, it would end up somewhere in the middle, but compared to all the other means, it would actually form the nice picture. The problem would be if I had, for example, many more females for one language and many more males for the other language, because the mean for this language would be heavily influenced by the distribution of the population there. So the mean would be way closer to the mean of the female speakers, and the mean of the other would be way closer to the mean of the male speakers. Now we will think about this tonight, and we will actually discuss these things. Tuukka has made some discoveries yesterday. Because our data, which we recorded, is like that. It's crazy biased. We have like one, for many languages, like one speaker, and it's either male or female. So we have no way of balancing anything. So we will discuss that a little bit later. So yeah, but anyway, we can do this, calculate the means. And of course, when we have the means, then we have the one vector now a little bit corrected, like before, one vector per dialect, or one vector per language. And now we can use all sort of, so we are done. We have numerical representation of language diversity, right? We can capture, and we know that the closer these vectors are, the more similar the different dialects are, the further apart they are, the more different they are from each other, in whatever features this black box captures. Done. Apart from that, we cannot really give somebody printout, that would be, if we have 107 languages, we would have to give somebody the sheet with 107 times 512 numbers. It would be, some spreadsheet. Here is your answer. So that's not gonna do. It would be essentially science is done, but it would really not convince anybody, So we have to somehow, again, visualize that. Back to the visualization. So one way, Priyankoo was talking about that, I think you've seen the same slide, how to visualize these things is to use some agglomerative clustering. As we were saying, I sort of use these colors. There are these brown, like let's say, these two bluish things are sort of closest to each other. Then those two brownish things are closest to each other. Then here is some sort of purplish thing, whatever that might be, close to the blue things. And then maybe the green is so different from all of each other that those blue ones and the brown ones are somehow, So you can make this tree, Priyankoo was talking about it yesterday, which captures all of these similarities and differences, phylogenic tree. It's one of the many possible representations how to do that. Also, when we talk about the vectors closer together or more further apart, we are actually calculating, we are not sort of looking at the colors like here, we're calculating distance between two vectors. And as I said, there's many types of distances we can calculate, many formulas. So the tree would sort of depend somewhat on whatever distance you might have calculated. Also, sometimes what happens is that we have 512. Sometimes we extract some other information from other layers as well. So we might have relatively big representations. And what might happen, however unlikely this might sound, that there is too many dimensions for the given task. Little bit like a genome. Our genome contains, I don't know, I have no clue, I have to make it up, contains a lot of different those pairs of the amino pairs or whatever. And we know, and they are sort of lumped to these genes, but we know then we look at the sequence that just like 70% of that is completely useless, never read. It just accumulates there over the history. Like it sort of accumulates, there is no evolutionary pressure to kick it out. Sometimes some of that is somehow used for something, but usually there is a lot of what's called junk DNA. So it might happen in some of these cases that some of portions of that vector are sort of junk in some sense. Now, this leads me to the idea. Don't think of the vector. It's a sequence. It's a bunch of numbers. A sequence of numbers. But in general, that's a characteristic of the vector. When you compare two vectors, of course, you compare dimension with dimension. But dimensions, neighboring dimensions, have nothing to do with each other necessarily. Really, it's not a sequence like a signal. You know, the something is the first dimension, something the second dimension, doesn't mean that somehow those interpretation of those things is in any way related. Essentially what you can do, you can reorder all the dimensions randomly. Of course you have to do it for all the vectors. And you get exactly the same space. So this is where I'm the metaphor of the genome, where the sequencing matters, is a little bit limping. So, but anyway, so there might be potentially, it's not very often, there might be sort of some junk information. So essentially there would be random numbers. The network ends up filling something there, but it's just because it has to fill something there. And of course, in theory, sometimes these random numbers, these random things, might be randomly different. These might actually dominate the distance between the vectors. So we might use some techniques to remove them. For example, PCA, principal component analysis, which allows us again to transform the space so that we only see that we first see dimensions which have the most sort of relevant, which essentially contain the most relevant information. And then we can maybe shorten we can transform this thing, we can then now all the dimensions in terms of importance, as it were. Now, after PCA transformation, we know that the first dimension is the most important, second, the second most important, third, etc. And we can then chop it. And let's say last 100 to drop, because that's just a junk. It's just a noise, essentially. Sometimes we do things like that. How do we know? Just try. That's why it's great to have PhD students and postdocs. You can just tell them, well, will you try several options, you know? And then they do. Or then they say, no, I don't have time. Will you do that? And then, of course, I say, I can do that. So, yeah. So they might be, this is not super important, you understand, but I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say here, that this might be a little bit simplified story. There might be a few other steps, but we will go through those steps this afternoon. Through all of them, I think. Or we will give you the code which allows you to try all of these things. Now, so this type of clustering, hierarchical agglomerative clustering of the vectors, then leads to the pictures like this, which I've shown you before. So this particular dendrogram, this is a circular dendrogram. It's essentially the same thing like that, but it's just there's another constraint that is actually projected in a sort of a circle. Yeah, this was obtained from using exactly this technique. So what does it entail? So each of these leaves here, this is by complete accident, I hit the finish leaf. This leaf here represents a vector of which was obtained by, and now we're going to go backwards, the LDA, linear discrimination analysis transformed. No, it's the, now I'm not going to go backwards. So you take all the recordings, you obtain from the given database we analyzed, you transform them using the pre-trained wave-to-vec and pre-trained language identification network to the finite, each recording to the 512-dimensional vector. Then you do it for all the languages. This is important. Then on the resulting bunch of vectors, this was a lot of them. This was maybe 1,000 time each of these language in some cases. This is up to 1,000 recordings for each language here. But some have fewer. So this is, let's say, these 100 languages, let's say 70,000 recordings, 70,000 vectors. You take them all together. Then you perform the LDA analysis. You align them so that you remove this unwanted variation. Only focus on the variation which is relevant for the language, because you know from which language they are. So you turn it around. Then you gotta calculate the mean. And from the mean for each language, and then from those means, you get this dendrogram, right? I would not want to repeat it again, you know. Don't mean that you should have heard it by now, but it's super exhausting for me. I will repeat it again later, several times. So, yeah. So this is what's behind that. Tuka is looking a bit doubtful. He knows that there might be few other processing steps somewhere there. Maybe dropping some dimensions with a PCA, or I don't remember precisely. We did be developing this technique for about a year. We got a very similar picture very early on, but then we started sort of realizing these imbalancing things and trying to find the ways, you know, how to sort of sharpen, and not sharpen necessarily, but how to make it believable, right? So yeah, so we tried all sort of things, and then we actually ended up, and then of course you want to streamline the process. You don't want to, you cannot publish the paper where you say that, oh, and then we remove the third dimension. You know, you have to come principled account. So I think that we ended up, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to read this paper soon. It's under review now, so hopefully it's going to get published in next few months with this particular thing. There's plenty more analysis of these type of things. I will show you one thing tomorrow at the latest. I'm going to again do a spoiler. I will show you the one which analyzes how many actual recordings for a language we need, right? Because I said these are up to 1,000. We found out, or Tuukka found out, that what is it? 50 actually recordings per language is enough to get a robust tree. Or when you pick 50 random recordings from these languages and you compare the trees which you get from only 50 recordings for a language, you get very, very similar trees. It sort of settles. So that's good news for dialect analysis, no? 50 recordings, 50 random recordings. That's quite cool. That's why we are quite optimistic about this exercise we did here with you. And yeah. What time is it? Because of course I can go through this. I love this picture, so I can spend a lot of time on that, but maybe it's not. My other lecture is kind of scheduled for an hour, but it might be a bit longer, so we might sort of compensate around. This is the...
Can I have
Yes, of course. Oh, sorry. I'll take a little break and ask for questions. I keep forgetting.
Right. And secondly, like, you know, when you are pointing out, maybe the online participants may not see actually where you are pointing on that one. So maybe that pen or one of the things there might help.
I don't dare really to use the pen because whenever I touch the screen, something unexpected happens.
But this one is probably a very much expected return. No. Down there, Prof. There is a button there for writing. So
Yeah, I don't want to write.
okay. No, because when you point, then those people they see only this.
But I thought that they see me somewhere, no? No.
Well,
Sometimes,
like
yeah.
this, but you see the distance.
Yes. By the way, Priyankoo here, because this is about the people who are online, but he's trying to take care of sort of your needs, and rightly so. But you cannot hear him, so he said that you might not be able to see when I point at different parts of the thing. So, because I'm not completely sure what feed you are getting. Do you have any issues? Should I repeat some part with kind of more careful pointing? Is there anybody? I can promise I'll try to point more carefully, but I don't know how to do that, so that's my problem. This guy doesn't have, does it have the?
It doesn't work on LCDs.
No, it doesn't work on LCD, so I can point at things around, but not on the screen. This one, I don't know. But I don't think that there is huge amount of pointing needed. I think I'm kind of hopefully vocalizing myself clearly enough. We will spend the break today to figure out how to point on the screen. Now, any questions from here? Any comments? Any sort of like amazed sounds, like gasps of?
So it might be repeating the same question, but what's the size of data for each language?
So this is the yes. Ask it please again. So the other people.
So what's the size of data for each language?
So in this particular case, these data come from the Common Voice, Mozilla Common Voice database, which contains, as I was saying earlier, on Tuesday, if I believe, the recordings from quite a few languages. What was it, 128 or something like that languages, from in a very imbalanced way. imbalanced both in terms of geographic distribution. So you can imagine that it actually contains, I don't know, maybe tens of thousands of recordings from English, and maybe Mandarin Chinese maybe, and potentially Hindi, but 0 from entire South America. And and then from the many languages, from many languages it contains more than 1,000 recordings. And for the other languages it contains fewer than 1,000. We happen to know that from 79 languages it contains over 1,000 recordings. I'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow, but this is no problem to sort of preview that. So from 79,000 of these languages, there would be over 1,000 recordings. Recordings are whatever 5-6 seconds sentences, utterances. And they are sort of the publicly sourced, sort of crowdsourced. So they are anything. Many of them, Tukka has been listening, if anybody, to them. There might be some just noise sometimes. You know, they're by no means controlled, no studio quality. They're not coming from one speaker. They're coming from all sort of speakers. I was talking about a little bit on Tuesday. There is a huge amount of sort of unrepresentativeness if you start listening more carefully. There is a lot of non-native speakers, as a matter of fact, represented. All the Englishies are lumped together. We have no control whatsoever what English this label actually represents, all of them together. So it's a bit of a mess. But we like it that it's a mess. Because as long as it's sort of uniform mess, it's okay. You know, if there were like half of the languages were all recorded in an anechoic chamber by an actor, and the other half of the languages were recorded on a street, then we would get a major split based on that, and would be very little we can do about that. But it's about 1,000. But as I was saying, about 50 recordings, it's about 1,000 for this particular. It's about 1,000 for this particular for the computation behind this particular graph. But it's because we limited the number of samples to 1,000. So at the very beginning, we just took up to 1,000 samples from every language. So we sort of ignored all the, 99% of the English material or whatever there is. And I think Tukka picks 1,000 because that was just the right compromise between losing too many languages and 1,000 first we picked because that was sort of the good, that sort of was, we thought it was plenty, we don't need more. And then we kind of started looking at whatever we can do with them, and then we kind of, because we needed to resample many times the same language, so 1,000 actually, then we picked the languages which have at least 1,000, there were 79. But I'll talk about that tomorrow a little bit when we try to sort of figure out how to apply these things for other things. But anyway, short answer, about 1,000 samples, utterances per language and less here.
So when you said 50 recordings, does it mean 50 speakers?
No.
Or like 2-3 speakers?
50 utterances.
50 utterances.
50 utterances in an uncontrolled way. Sometimes they come from the same speaker, in particular from the small languages. They might come from the same speaker. Sometimes they come from many speakers. We didn't control for that at all. The LDA transformation took control of that. So
okay,
our database was very unbalanced in that sense.
So 50 utterances can come from the same speaker?
Sometimes I guess they do, no?
No idea, but they may.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is also a lazy person's method. We actually never bothered to listen to those recordings, really, Only when something really popped up, and then we listened to it, and it was a chicken as opposed to a human, because we also chopped those recordings, and sometimes they might have been something else. So if something was really, really crazy, then it like, why is this vector, all the vectors were here, and the one vector was up there. What's wrong? So the Tukka would listen to it, and it was like whatever, radio playing in somebody's car or something like that, So there is no control over that. This is exactly this sort of lazy, nerdy person who just goes and gets the machine do as much work as possible. There is a logic behind that, because we don't want to interfere. We don't want to, as Priyankoo was talking about, we don't want to impose huge amount of our own assumptions. What is the right representation of the language? Is it American English? Is it Indian English? Is it Suffolk English? You know, or is it, you know, the middle class Dublin or working class Dublin English? You know, so we don't want to impose any assumptions to anything. So you know, the less you interfere with the data from some point of view, the more kind of generalizable, hopefully, results you get. So maybe this is the Assamese database. I'm not sure whether you can see this. So now with Lina, we can turn the table. Like, you don't know how many recordings there are here. So this is 60. We looked at this. I reproduced the same one from last time. This is whatever 60 locations. These are, on the other hand, well-balanced ones. As I was showing you, actually, the balancing. So most of them are very well balanced. This probably would work it out with our LDA transform, but I think it was, no, it wouldn't, funny enough, we noticed. Despite all of that, we can discuss that in the afternoon. Yes. But yeah, we were looking at this earlier, and I have no clue. But agreement was that it's okay, that there is something in it. But this comes also, this is a relatively small number of recordings, and this is now, the previous one was languages, whatever the languages are. In many cases, it's sort of passports, you know. And these are dialects. This is how people speak, with all the caveats we were talking about, how to actually elicit somebody to speak in a dialect and all that. So, and this is, you know, clustering of the dialects of Assamese. Assamese is one of the languages which I think the Vahtuveg was trained on Assamese, for sure. And all these LID was also trained on Assamese, because all of these asterisks here refer to the languages on which the LID model, language identification model, remember that was only trained on 107 languages, not necessarily exactly the same as these. So these asterisks here correspond to the languages on which the model was not trained on. And it just shows that they cluster in the right way as well. So, okay, so both of these foundational models we are using were actually trained on Assamese material of some sort, but none of these technologies was actually built to deal with dialect analysis. This is rather astonishing, because if you think about it in some sort of deep sense, this LID, this language identification network, was actually built to try to ignore the dialects, because it's trained to assign the sort of language label. So it was trained on Assamese material, but every utterance from the Assamese, from wherever area of Assam they came, had just a label Assamese. So they were supposed to be pulled together. They were supposed to actually learn to ignore this dialectal variation. But luckily for us, it fails, right? There stays something, there stays some remnants of dialectal variation. This also shows how prominent dialectal variation is, that it's not so easy to remove. And the dialectal it probably, I'm now speculating, this is sort of philosophical speculation of some sort, probably dialectal variation is kept because it's a sort of the same kind as the linguistic interlanguage variation. As a matter of fact, it's something which gives rise to interlanguage variation. It's something from which the variation among the languages actually is created, is built. So if we remove the inter-dialect variation, we sort of spill the baby with the water. We kind of lose the means of distinguishing the languages, because there's not a sort of principal difference. Quite the opposite. The dialect variation is the building blocks of which the variation among the languages actually created. So this is a very important thing for us, that we of course tested it. We didn't come here to kind of hoping for the best, that we are, you know, going to try our world languages. We tested it on Finnish dialectal analysis, and it worked. So we were kind of confident it's going to work for Assam as well, and it did. Now, when I was talking about that, you know, the LDA, it turns the space so that, you know, the first dimension take the most important first dimensions look at the space from the point of view which the best separates the classes. Second dimension look from the place which sort of second best separates the classes, etc., etc. So you can plot those first two dimensions. First two-dimensional, multidimensional space, you can plot. 2 dimensions you can plot. 3 dimensions you can plot, but I would need to have something where I can turn them out so you can look at it from the different directions. We will look at something in the 3D and 2D plots this afternoon as well. Some other type of projectors. We will actually talk about, introduce some other type of projectors if all goes well. But these are the first 2 dimensions of the Assamese data. You can see that they are quite heavily biased towards this top right corner, so it's not like some beautifully, nicely, you know, space distribution. It doesn't necessarily correspond to the map of Assam like perfectly, but sort of does. You know, Tinsuki are the only thing I know, because Priyankoo is from Tinsuki. I know that it should be on the, you know, far east. So it's here. I have no clue where Dhubri is.
West.
It's in the west. And Tihu?
North of Guwahati, let's say. Like
Okay.
West of Guwahati.
Yeah. Anyway, Priyankoo and others were looking at it and say that it's not going to be perfect because we only have 2 dimensions. We need more dimensions. But it's shocking that it sort of reflects these geographical things. There is also important knowledge that the dialects are geographically determined. There's no mystery in that, I guess. But what's actually more interesting to the point is that based on this thing, languages are also geographically determined largely. Regarding of what the linguists tell you, no, the linguists are right as well, but the way how languages sound, in particular, prosody, phonetics, the most catchy of the aspects of the language. Of course, we we never return them, but we sort of take the words from other languages, and that's fine, usually from the neighbors. We might take some morphological things every now and then. Grammar, it's structural things, syntactical things are much trickier. Idioms, of course, we borrow, but prosody goes like that. Prosody might be the first thing we borrow. Phonotactics, phonetics, the vowel spaces are some of the first things we nick from the neighbors. Because of course those are the underlying thing. If we want to, we might have different languages, but we have few words when we trade with the neighbors. We have few words which we can, or numbers usually, or something like that, which we can use. But if we use a completely different vowel space, then we can try as hard as we want, and they will not be able to actually figure out the contrast we are trying to make between 2 and 3. So that can cause all sort of troubles in the market. So of course those things are the first. Maybe the signaling emotional load and all those things must be one of the first things which we borrow from the neighbors. So the way how we sound is very, to a large extent, geographically determined. So goes for the dialects. Here. Now, so there are other ways of visualizing these things. For these particular locations from the Assam, we also knew that they are sort of, cities. So we also knew the geographical coordinates. So you can then sort of map those things on a map. We have quite a few pictures like this in many other our papers on dialectal things. So with these colored, I think, by the same colors as in this dendrogram, right? So like or maybe not, because I played with it for so much, but these, if they come from the same color, they come from the same branch of the. So this is actually sort of verifying that the dendrogram makes geographical sense. And we were talking about earlier that this point is some data mismatch, and it should be actually here, or some coordinate mismatch, and should be somewhere else. Cool. Now, spoiler. This is your own data. So have some time and look at it. You can feel free to come here. It might be I don't know whether you can see it. I don't know whether I can make. When I didn't want, I managed to move things. Where does it end? I think this is the best I can give. Despite all my attempts and begging and threatening, Tuka refuses to add Slovak among the Indian languages. So maybe I'll manage to bully him by the afternoon to do that, but I'm running out of options. So don't, of course, expect, like, imagine how ridiculously small database we have built for this, you know. Many of these leaves are just one speaker. And of course, the sort of, this is your English, by the way, of course. All mixed together, as a matter of fact, with the average, the mythical concept of average Indian English, you know. Yeah, so don't expect any like precise thing. But behind many of these labels, you can see yourself. So when we talk about, you know, Angami Naga here, which, you know, clustered with Assamese, I don't know how many of the Naga students have put Angami there. So it's you too, I think, you know. So it's not that necessarily Angami Naga somehow sounds more Assamese than, I don't know, the other Naga dialects. It's you. But it's super cool.
So I hear some whispers going, so I just want to assure everybody that this does not mean that they are actually like that.
Of course,
This
that's
is
what I'm
we
saying,
get
exactly. Yeah.
At this point of time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is us. This is only from these databases. Those labels are not labels for a language, they're labels for these bunches of recordings. And it's always the case. On that world map, it was also the case. These were labels for those bunches of recordings. But what is a language if not a bunch of recordings? Now, I'm talking as a phonetic extremist. You know, language is just a union of all the ways how people speak it. But you can see, for example, kind of rather interestingly, so like, of course, I already had a placeholder in this slide for this spoiler before we even started recording the thing, you know. So I had no clue what's gonna come, and we didn't know. Like, we were kind of confident because we tried this type of analysis on relatively small data that something will come out, but you know, it could have been complete rubbish. Actually, tried another technique on this. I will be talking in the next lecture the technique, and actually I don't think I have a dendrogram there because it just completely failed. It's completely random. So the fact that there is any structure here is astonishing. We cannot expect some precise and, you know, completely perfect rendering. But first thing is that English is separate from all the other languages. It's quite amazing because it's the same people which are in these other nodes, you know. So that's already rather interesting, you know. And then I can see a few things that, you know, there are some, but I don't actually know these languages, but sort of these Indo-European languages from kind of North India, more or less, or non-Northeast India are sort of lumped together here. There are some, well, yeah, there are some other somewhat North Indian. Well, anyway, these languages here are, yeah, all of these languages actually in this branch here are sort of non-Northeast Indian, what do you call it? North and Southeastern Indian languages, yeah, in this branch.
It's not the Bengali.
Sorry?
Bengali, being there is a little odd, I suppose. I mean,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
how you classify it as, it's not Northeast Indian, but
Of course. Like in the previous, the world languages picture, Bengali was right next to Assamese, as a matter of fact. So it's not perfect, you know, but it's fact that already there's English, and then there's a branch which separates the northeast essentially from the rest of India. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking for the people online, I'm talking about the branch on the right hand side, starting from Bhojpuri and all the way to Malayalam, which is kind of the non-northeast Indian languages, and then English is on the topmost left, and all of these other, well, then there is a green branch here. Well, then we have the Assamese, Naga, and Angami and Assamese somewhere. But then there are this green branch, which essentially are all northeast languages, if you understand it right. Whether the details between whether Manipuri and Sangtam Naga are somehow more closely related than Sangtam Naga is with the Tangkhul Naga, I have no clue. And this is not gonna, don't use this as a proof to do that, you know. You need more data. Sometimes I actually use this as a proof. I'm a Slovak, as I said many times. And, you know, I don't know if you, like, this is a very obscure place in the middle of Europe, so many of you probably haven't heard about, might not have heard about that, but if you're not ice hockey fans, but when I was born in Czechoslovakia, so there's the Czech Republic and Slovakia, now they split. But it was bilingual country, there's a Czech and there's a Slovak. The languages was never merged, there was never anybody pretended to have a Czechoslovak. They are closely related languages, but there was never any unification. And I get very often a question from people who know something about the history, how similar are Czech and Slovak? They are sort of mutually understandable. Now I can tell you, you know, from these data, it's a little bit more different than, let's say, Danish or Norwegian. So it's all this sort of Slavic bunch, they're Polish as well. It's a lot like the Nordic languages, all of these political Germanic languages, Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, whatever, maybe Dutch. So it's a similar situation. So if you have enough data, what I'm saying here, apart from that it must be fascinating fact for you, the distance between Czech and Slovak, but what I'm saying is that if you have enough data and your statistics is robust enough, you can potentially make this type of vague, somewhat underspecified judgments. You can sort the linguistic diversity. You can quantify linguistic diversity a little bit like that. How diverse is Central Europe Slavic languages? Well, as diverse as that part. More diverse or less diverse than the other parts. Something, this type of judgments you can, with a lot of apologies and conditions and qualifications, kind of make. Or start making. In particular, this type of things, it might be good to generate hypotheses. Rather than, then we need other type of techniques to verify them. We'll come back to this. So, yeah, this is what I said several times. Yes. This is one of the ways how to quantify linguistic diversity. One of the many potential ways how to quantify linguistic diversity. So, in a summary, you know, we were talking about that for speech data we can derive latent representations. There are just bunches of numbers in some multidimensional space, of chunks of speech, utterances, and eventually of the entire language and dialects. The core idea is the more similar these representations are, the more similar whatever characteristics of the speech behind those representations. Right? On all of these levels. More similar representation of the chunks, more similar chunks. Probably the plosives would have more similar looking chunks, or the portions of the signal where the plosives occur would have more similar chunks than some parts where it's vowels. For sure, when there are different chunks when there's silence. Right? Utterance is same, language is potentially same. And then using this latent representation, we can sort of start visualizing different relationships in very many ways. Now, these are sort of a little bit of on the side of the caution. I don't know why I stopped capitalizing that. The wave-to-vec latent representation capture characteristics of speech signal in a sort of holistic way. Holistic is I'm trying to put a positive slant on a mess. That's an attempt to gracefully admit defeat. We don't know how they are represented there simply. They're all lumped together. Now, by adding the language identification thing on the top of that, and then applying LDA helps to sort of bit by bit filter out the unwanted sources of variation and sort of sharpen the way how these things are representing the linguistic diversity. There's still plenty of things mixed in a bag, but we can remove bit by bit the unwanted sources of variation and sort of separate them from the sources of variation in which we're actually interested in. This is how far, well, we'll see later. This is how far we got. The rest is left for us to kind of unpack the things further. Cool. I think this is the last slide. Any questions? Excellent. So I have no clue what time is it.
25.
25. Excellent. So I think I can still let you give 5 minutes, so you can a little bit think. And if you have any questions. Tuukka has a question.
I don't have a question, but I shared you the zip file for the afternoon session for the tutorial. So
Okay, okay.
and put it on Google Drive just like yesterday.
Oh yes, okay. Oh, did you send? Sorry. Yeah. So Tuukka has sent all of us, I guess, the similar zip file. We have a Python. What is it? The Jupyter notebook for the afternoon session. A lot like we had yesterday. We are going to run again all of these type of and these only type of things in the Jupyter on your data. Yeah. Those people, yeah, exactly. It's written there. Can you say elaborate? Okay, sorry, I will come back to the questions. Just now I finished this. So Tuukka sent you in a zip file the Jupyter notebook. So do what he did yesterday. Unzip it and upload it to your Google account. So we can kind of, start analyzing these things tomorrow. So these things immediately. So we will have some head start compared to yesterday. And we will derive that tree of your speech today. So there are some questions, yes. From Sumimi, can you please elaborate a bit on how something like a retroflex may leave a watermark on our vowel signals, and whether that is regarded as a feature for dialect variation, and how the machine recognizes not to filter out its unwanted representation? Excellent question. So yes?
Can I just
Yes?
put in, I don't know
Now
how to make this work, but anyways. So I think the question is based on the fact that when you look into your two big clusters there, they're actually formed as retroflex, having retroflex languages and having no retroflex languages. So that's why probably that she has asked an excellent question.
That is very possible. Also, I did mention retroflex at some point earlier in a talk as something which might leave some, well, I call it watermark, but some mark on the representation. So if I can find I'm just now going to go back to this picture, to what Priyankoo was saying, that somewhere there is a boundary between language using retroflex and languages not using retroflex. I didn't notice that. I just picked retroflex as something, for me, for my ears, being in India, quite prominent, and a prominent distinction exactly along these type of different languages in India, because of course we don't have retroflex in just about any European languages, apart from some Norwegian variants might. So we are not used to that. So it's quite prominent sound. And I would think, and I used it as a sort of partly as a metaphor. The answer is I don't really know how precisely is encoded in the latent representations. I don't know how anything precisely is encoded in latent representations, but encoded is very likely because it's a prominent feature which is useful to classify languages. Like any other prominent feature which is useful to classify languages, it's somehow encoded in the latent representations which were driven to represent all the prominent features which are useful to classify languages. How is it encoded? I don't know. How to extract it from that? I don't really know. although I would have an opinion on that, because you can then potentially build the speech synthesis systems which somehow use these type of representations and derive some particular things from that. But that's a little bit far-fetched at the moment. We haven't done that. So yeah, but we don't know how, but we are pretty confident it's somewhere there. We are pretty confident that something like center of gravity of the vowel space is very likely somewhere there. Some rhythmic characteristics of one sort or the other, not any of those which, almost certainly not any of those which Priyankoo has talked about, the PVI and Varcoes and what have you, but some particular encoded way, in some particular encoded way, these things are almost certainly also present. As I said, I mentioned retroflex because me as a, latent distinguisher of the languages, I don't know how I distinguish languages. Well, I'm a phonetician, so I sort of do. I can verbalize the differences among the dialects and and the languages. But just about any non-phonetician cannot do that. But we still hear it. We can still tell that language sounds different from the other. Anybody can do that without having a clue that there exist consonants and vowels. People get this holistic idea. And this machine does something similar. Machine is not a trained phonetician. We do not train the machine to be a trained phonetician. So we cannot beat the concepts and the precise argumentation out of the machine. But it nevertheless can do that. A little bit like I was saying, like that this is a Martian who lands on Earth, never heard the language, but probably could start classifying the people by the way how they sound. By the way, this is a rather important thing. I should have maybe added it somewhere else, because in the paper, a couple of our papers, I guess, we cite one of the studies which was published maybe 2 or 3 years ago, where people did this experiment, where essentially it was a behavioral experiment, when they brought students and people to the studio, played them 2 languages and asked them to judge which one they were, I guess, identify the languages. They gave them the list of languages. So essentially the human performance of these language identifiers. And they were sort of similar type of clusterings, essentially, emerged, again, mostly geographically defined language. In particular, of course, for the languages far away. Languages to which the people were not exposed at all. Their primarily classification was geographic. But of course, this was sort of, in some sense, very interesting. So our systems do somehow something similar, apart from that they have no biases. They are not they have biases of those training languages. So these people would speak 1 or 2 languages. I don't remember, was it in the Netherlands or where was the... It was an online game, yes. So there were people from all around the world. So those people could tell maybe they spoke 2 or 3 languages, but our machine sort of has representation of 107 of them. So that's a difference. So this is similar thing which the machine does. Again, I don't know how many of those participants were trained phoneticians, but probably most of them couldn't really verbalize, couldn't really tell. They didn't know what languages sound different, but different they sounded. And this sounds a little bit like something they might speak in China, and this sounds a little bit like something they might speak in Congo. That's what people did. And because these different language features are somehow geographically distributed, perhaps even more than they go across the language families, then this is exactly what we get. So no, I don't know where the retroflex is represented and how, but it is somewhere there. And this is the way we have to start thinking about that this is the way how untrained, this is not a way how phonetician would represent things. This is the way how naive listener would potentially represent things, or more akin to that. Even more naive than the naive listener. Cool. Okay, let's is there more? No, I hope I roughly roughly answered that question. How machine recognize not to filter is an unwanted representation? Because it's useful for distinguishing languages. That's why it doesn't. Cool. Yes. So we meet in half an hour. We continue. Yes. Cool.
Sorry. This is a short break. Oh,
Back. More. things might be organized and started. Start to continue, as it were. So with the actually penultimate lecture of this course. Tomorrow lecture is going to be more summarizing and maybe questioning and kind of trying to figure out what to do next and things like that. I'm saying that because for those of you who want to do the exam, we will not, of course, kind of do anything with the tomorrow lecture. We will prepare the exam from the stuff up to the end of today, so you don't have to be worried that between the tomorrow's lecture you have to study kind of more if you want to look at the material through the course. We promise it's not going to be, we're not trying to catch you. We try to sort of make sure that we are all on the same boat, that we understand basic general concept of what we are talking about. So, yeah, I guess we can continue. So this is toward the end of the course, we run out of ideas how to name the lectures, so we just call this prosodic phonetic variation letter representation in speech technology 2, unimaginatively. But here I underscored the word prosodic, because I'm going to be concentrating more on sort of what can we do if we want to kind of analyze, we want to a little bit target our investigation. And let's try to target it in terms of prosody, for example. Don't have huge expectations, but we will go through what we can do. Oops, wrong way. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about generative networks, generative neural networks, speech synthesis in particular. And I'm going to be talking about embeddings as a sort of special kind of latent representations. Sometimes I use these, for purposes of this lecture, I use these two concepts almost interchangeably. Embedding is a latent representation which sort of just a little bit stressed out the character that you take some particular non-numeric entities, non-numeric labels, for example, words maybe, characters, language labels, and you as if project them into the numeric space. So you assign vector representations in this latent space to these non-numeric sort of labels. So as you embed those non-numeric labels, you embed the languages in the latent space. You can almost imagine it that, you have this multidimensional space when these language labels are hanging in the right places, as it were. It just sort of stresses out this type of relationship. And then we talk about a little bit how we can, this is what partly this is about, how we can sort of select the wanted versus unwanted source of variation. This is, of course, we were talking about that earlier. In the previous lecture, we were talking about how to actually remove the unwanted source of variation and prune, filter things out, and leave only the effects of the source of variation. Source of variation is any type of a variable condition which makes speech different. Only that source of variation which is of interest to us, like dialect or language or whatever. And then again we sort of try to visualize some things in terms of prosody. Oh well, I'm just going to show you some examples you already seen anyway. So yeah, so this is actually again the summary from the previous lecture. I just changed the title of summary to the what about prosody now? Prosody is part of the title there, prosodic typology, and Priyankoo was talking about prosody yesterday, of course, and we always talk a little bit about prosody, but we didn't really sort of, come up with any sort of machine learning techniques which would be prosodically oriented purely. And one of the reasons is it's tough. So, you know, we know that we created these representations of all sort of holistic, meaning black box, bag, you know, like cat in a bag type of a thing, box of all sort of numbers, which represent all sort of relevant things from the speech signal. But how do we know to what extent prosody is represented? We sort of do know, because we know the very, in a sort of the same line of reasoning as the retroflex question earlier, because prosody does make a difference. Therefore, we are pretty confident the prosody is there. Also because we see the world, how the dialects are organized and how the world languages are organized, and we know that many of those similarities are sort of prosodic, at least macro-prosodic, sentence level prosody and so. For example, to my ear, and I specialize in prosody, to my ear, on the first attempt, the languages from the Indian subcontinent sound prosodically very similar. Even though phonetically they might be different, but they sound prosodically very similar. So the fact that our networks lump them all together across the linguistic boundaries, more geographically, like the Dravidian languages from the southern India with the Indo-European languages or Indo-Aryan languages from India and all that, suggests that prosody is being used. But we don't know how it is there. We can tomorrow, and we don't actually have any clear answers of how to extract it actually. So if you're expecting this answer, sorry, I will not have one, but we can discuss it a little bit tomorrow. And we can discuss some results from our other analyses where we can get some hints of how much prosody might be represented in the signals. We, for the fact, know that prosody is well represented in Vav-to-Vec representations and these summaries, the utterance level representation. We know that for the fact. We tested, we looked. We know that it's there. And we know that as the network processing goes on, and that network is fine-tuned for language identification, sometimes it stays, sometimes it doesn't. We know that much. We will talk about that tomorrow. But we really cannot extract it. We don't know how to do that yet. That's why we are here. We rely that you will manage to sort that one out. But can we use deep learning machine systems that only sort of focus on prosody? Well, this we know. The answer is yes. We actually do know that. We started from here originally. And we got, maybe with this Vav-to-Vecs, we got a little bit sort of sidelined when we started purely prosodic research. So I will run you through a little bit of older research, historically slightly older research, something which did be like 4 or 5 years ago. So let's take a sort of some neural network, which is something else than the Vav-to-Vec processing and language identification, anything essentially. Speech synthesizer, I will sort of demonstrate the thing on speech synthesizer because that's what we used, and we use speech synthesizer because we are speech synthesis lab. So we know how to build speech synthesizers. But any type of speech technology, machine learning, uses some sort of representations of the features which it needs to use in order to perform well, right? Because remember, machine learning things, neural network, only operate with numbers. So if you want the speech synthesizer to speak multiple languages, you have to tell the network what language it should speak, and the only way how you can tell the network to do that is to give it some numbers. If you want to speak, we want the recognizer to identify people, it will identify people, but it will give you the answer in a bunch of numbers. So the machine learning applications translate anything that they need to operate on in vectors, in bunches of numbers. So the point is to extract those bunches of numbers from there somehow. So let's look at the speech synthesis, a generative network, as we were talking about, because you put something in, it generates something, right? It's not the classifier, generative network. Of course, I told you that, like this doesn't work like that. What do you do? You have to translate the, let's say, characters, input characters of some sort to some numbers. Again, now this is old story. We got all used to that. Some numbers which you feed in some sequence of these vectors. You feed to the network, and if you are lucky, it produces the corresponding sound at the end. I'll leave it a black box C. Doesn't really matter. Essentially, this is a basic architecture. All synthesizers sort of work essentially this way, right? So this is now kind of simplifying that. This is now just sort of, again, just a cartoon where there is a slot which acts as an input to the synthesizer where you put some sort of text embedding. When you put some text translated to the numbers, this is the embedding type of a thing. You know, you translate these characters, text, or something to a bunch of numbers. You embed that in this space. So that's an input where you feed text as a sequence of numbers, many numbers. Now, if you want to have the multi-speaker synthesizer, you also need to tell it what voice you want to get out. So we want the synthesizer, you put a text and say, hey, I want it to speak like Lena. So I give some embedding representation of Lena to the synthesizer, and then it will speak with her voice. We can leave the text the same and give it a representation of me, and it will say the same thing in my voice, my accent potentially. Of course, in order to achieve this, you have to have the database which contains a lot of Lena's speech and my speech, right? So then we can train it, and we train both the synthesizer and also, importantly, we train these embeddings. These embeddings, these vectors which represent her and myself, are going to be trained alongside. When I give the training process the sample of Lena's speech, then the system will update her representation in order to perform the best. When I give a sample of my speech, it will update my representation. And if you're going to iterate it, it will come up with the representations which yield the required results. So you can have the multi-speaker synthesizer where you fill text separately and speaker separately, and you can get all of these things. These are routinely done things. You might have heard about these. There are even some online things or some GitHub things where you can read 2 sentences, upload it somewhere, and then the synthesizer will speak with your language. There are these type of things. How does it operate? So it's a synthesizer which is trained on very, very, very many speakers, and it learned how to map the voice to those embeddings. So what the synthesizer does, it takes a sample of your voice and finds the appropriate embedding of your voice in this huge space, and then uses that as the speaker embedding. It doesn't have to have heard anything about your voice before. It doesn't have, your voice wasn't used for training at all before, but it finds that this is a continuous space, so you are somewhere between, whatever, that speaker and that speaker, and somebody interpolates and finds your spot. So we can again find a numeric vector representation for speakers. Now, if we want multi-speaker and multi-language synthesizer, we can do the same. We can have the corpus with a lot of languages, and again the same process. When we want it to speak Hindi, we find the representation of Hindi and slot it in there. If you want it to speak Angami, of course, if you mismatch the text with the language, you get all sort of results. You might, if you're lucky, you get sort of Hindi accented Angami. If you put Angami text and Hindi as a language embedding, you might get sort of Hindi accented Angami, or it might crash, more or less, produce some gibberish because they don't match. It depends on how you trained. Nowadays, those sort of commercial things, they are trained on so much data that they can really figure it out. So they would probably produce reasonably good results, even with that type of a thing. Mm-hmm. So these are representations, again, just sort of a little bit like in many ways, they are vector representations of some particular conditions. So they are sort of very similar to those vector representations we derived for the languages, but there we derive them sort of, I don't know, bottom up or something like that, that we analyze the signal and build and average, then what have you, pruned and filtered. These are sort of a little bit top down, that we design the system, we give a lot of data, let it to train, let it figure itself out, what type of representation it needs to represent different types of phenomena, labels, languages, speakers, sounds, sequences of sounds, etc., etc. This is how speech synthesizers nowadays work. There is much more to that. You can, for example, give it some sort of embedding of a style. And those actually can be self-learned, funnily enough. So you don't actually have the labels for the style. But there are different, many different tricks. But essentially, synthesizers work on some high level this way. There is a lot of details going on in that black box there. Now, again, the most important thing is that the system learns these representations during the training. And of course, it learns them so that they are appropriate to produce the given task. And again, this is back to the main original idea. Presumably, if you want to produce something with a sort of voice similar to some other voice, those are numbers which sort of change some little, which sort of are used to multiply some parameters in a network of some sort, or some processing step network. So presumably, if you want to produce two similar sounds, you want to multiply them by sort of more similar numbers. If you want to produce some vastly different voices, the numbers you need to use to sort of change the behavioral network are going to be more different from each other. So this is again the idea that the more similar kind of languages maybe are going to end up with more similar representations than the more distinct languages. Because this is what it is. It's a number operations. So if you want to get different results, you have to multiply it or whatever, add or whatever, big, more different numbers than when you want to produce more similar results. This is sort of almost sort of trivial mathematical fact, as it were. Apart from that, this processing is I said that it's a mathematical function, but these are crazy complex mathematical functions. So it's not something you can really write down on a piece of paper and try to analyze. So this provides an alternative way how to learn representations of, for example, languages or dialects, right? Rather than analyzing and picking them up, you can learn them sort of from the data directly. Now, there is another trick, of course, what we can do. So here, this is like the generic cartoonish picture of the speech synthesis network. If I was giving this particular talk to the speech synthesis workshop, which we organize next year, I would probably, and I would have a room full of speech synthesis specialists, I would probably not completely get away with that. Maybe it's a little bit too cartoonish, but it's close enough. But here, of course, this is a speech synthesis. So output is the speech waveform, which you can then, maybe some wave thing you can play. You can put it to whatever, some player, and it will sort of speak, right? But of course, that's just, it depends on what you train it with. If you give it a lot of text, speakers, and speaker labels and language labels, a lot of corresponding sound waves, it will learn to correspond those waveforms, right? If you give it something else, for example, F0 contours and intensity contours instead, and we are lucky, it will learn to produce those. You can give it whatever you want to produce. So you can decide that, okay, I don't want you to learn how to produce the full things, but something which is maybe filtered, or which is only contains the things without the contrast, or only contains the question intonational things, so whatever, you know. Or in this case, like this is something which produces some sort of signal anyway, so you can give it us to produce the signal which is a combination of F0 and intensity contours. It can produce, like, well, if it can produce one signal, it can produce two signals as well. It's not a huge problem. Or, as we did actually in some work, which I'm sort of keeping secret, but if you look at one of the papers, which I'm going to cite hopefully here, cited earlier, this is on the Swedish sort of tonal patterns. We actually did combine these two signals into one signal, which looks like a speech signal. It sounds like a hum. So technically, precisely, it's the amplitude modulated sinusoid, which is the same frequency as the fundamental frequency. So it's a non-harmonic sinusoidal signal, which just sounds Like it has the same amplitude as the original speech and same frequency, but linguistic information is completely, segmental information is completely absent. It's not filtered out because we build that signal, so we guarantee that it's not there. When you filter, you cannot guarantee that you filter it out, but we just build the signal from scratch to make sure that there is only prosody and only this trivial prosody, F0 and intensity. So we have several options. But you can spit only F0 or only intensity or only voice call, whatever you decide to do. So yeah, so this is what you can do. Now let me just check what I did. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to make sure. So of course, if you do this type of a prosodic thing, you might of course choose not to put everything in. Maybe the text is not so important, right? Maybe some word labels are fine. If you have the text, for example, we didn't do that, but maybe that's something which we will. For the Assamese data, if we had because the same text, if we had the words labeled, we can give it sort of the word label, every now and then. So it will learn the differences, how different words are potentially pronounced in different areas and things like that. Now, so this is one of these examples. I showed you that before. So, you might remember that, maybe not, that in Swedish they have these word accent types. So they need to make a contrast between tonal contrast between two type of forms. Like every noun has assigned, if I understand it right, every noun is assigned one type of accent. It's grave or what is the other one? I forgot. What lacks? No. Acute and grave. So every word is either that type of accent type or that accent type, and they have to and they do contrast them. There is, by the way, only a small handful of minimal pairs, so it doesn't carry a huge amount of information load, but they do it nevertheless. And how they perform this dialectal contrast is they do it in sort of several ways depending on the sort of dialect. So there are 5 dialectal variants, 5 ways how to perform this contrast. Some people go with one, with acute they go up and grave go down, the other way do it the other way around or something like that. It's not like that, as you know, but they have different options. So it's not like high tone, low tone. They are sort of word domain or food domain prosodic pattern, and they use different prosodic patterns to distinguish these things. So we were kind of interested in how do these realizations of these F0 patterns in this dialectal form interact with the regions. So when you take 2 Swedish speakers and you know that they are from the same region, but they belong to different dialectal groups, will they sound more similar to each other because they are from the same region, or will they sound different from each other because they belong to 2 dialectal groups? So, or if I take 2 speakers here, they are from the same area roughly, and this is speaker of the 1A dialect, and this speaker of the 2B dialect from the same area. Then you get somebody else from far away in Sweden who is also the speaker of 2B dialect. Will these 2B dialect guys sound more or less the same and the other dialect person sound very different, or will these 2 people who are from the neighboring village sound more similar and that person who is from far away sound very different? So this was a question which we were interested in. Is the realization of these tonal patterns more determined by the dialectal group or by the region? So our source of variation which we are investigating here, which is the source of variation in which we are interested, is a combination of tonal dialect and the area. So we get all of those combinations I was kind of showing here. So we have the people who are, and we divided, or somebody else divided, Swedish speaking area to sort of 4 to 5 sort of somehow administratively relevant and historically relevant sort of areas. They're quite big, so there is this is Sweden here, by the way, this is Finland. So one of those areas, the Swedish language sort of people who study Swedish language refer to as Finland, simply. So there, as you can see, there is a lot of Swedish speakers actually on the Finnish, on the coastal portion. This is a coastal portion of Finland. And then Sweden is divided not very unequally to the southern side, which happens to be called Götaland, central part, which is called Svealand, and the Norrland, northern part. Of course, the Norrland is by miles the biggest, but is very sparsely populated because it's really cold there, you know. Of course, Stockholm is somewhere here, so the central part is the most densely populated. So and of course, then we have these 5 dialects. So in theory, we would have combinations of each speaker of each dialect from each part. So there's also this Åland, which is a little island in the middle. I don't remember whether sometimes we kept the Åland and sometimes kicked out because it was very small number of speakers. But so let's say by 4 times 5, so we would have 20 different combinations. But it doesn't happen because there are no 1B speakers in Finland whatsoever. So I don't remember. We end up with 11 combinations of, attested speakers from different areas, of different dialects in different areas. So you can see that in Åland everybody speaks 0, in Finland everybody speaks 0, no fancy tonal things. In Götaland in the south there are speakers of all of those 4 dialects, and in Norrland only of the 2 type and not 1 type, and all of these. So this is 11 potential sources of variation which we want to compare to each other, right? We want to see how far these 2 people are compared to these 2, or these 2 groups are compared to these 2 groups. If these are closer than these, then it's then it's a geography dominates. If these 2 are closer than these, then the accent type dominates, that type of a thing. So we have 11 sources of variation which we want to represent and compare. There are other things which are presented in the database which we actually for this particular study are not interested in. For example, we are not interested in the difference between men and women, as a matter of fact. We could, of course, would be a different study. For this study we were not interested in that. So we wanted somehow to make sure that we remove the sort of imprint of this source of variation in our data. I just put here 2 because there are 2 categories, right? We are not particularly interested in the age differences, for example, here. So the data was labeled by each sort of recording was labeled by many other, like sort of the village or whatever the people were from, the accent type, the gender or biological sex, I guess, and the age group. But only 2 age groups, younger and older. I never dared to ask where to put the boundary. I don't want to know. So, but now we started this sort of maybe 10, 15 years ago when I was working with the database. Then I sort of was not completely sure to which category. Now I pretty much know where I would fall. But anyway, and of course, we also use the recordings for training this. This is kind of rather important. I almost skipped that. From the word list, maybe like 2nd or 3rd repetition of the word list, which is sort of prosodically kind of people read these words, which are prone to show significantly this type of tonal variation among millions of other tasks. It's a huge database, and we picked some renditions from all of the speakers of several of these words, and we concentrated on these bisyllabic words, and we wanted to balance these acute and grave accents, more or less. So we don't have only acute accents, only grave. So we ended up with 14 different words from the word list. I think they read, I don't know how many, maybe 20 or 30 words, but 14 were right and balanced and all that. So we end up with 14 words, like ka, and I don't remember which they were. There was going to be some slide, and we were not particularly interested in how different words how different words influence these variations. So we want remove the source of course the words are source of variation. We wanted to remove this source of variation as well. So we wanted to 14 times 4, 54, I think, unless I got it wrong. What did it be? I don't know, plus minus. So we have 54 other labels, which are all possible combinations of these, which we also want the machine to learn about, not because we are interested in them, but we want the whatever source of variation which is caused by these things to go to that embedding rather than to the embedding about the dialects, if you know what I mean. Because machines are also very parsimonious. They try, because you know they are very driven, because you train it until it stops improving. So it doesn't really matter whether it's, from our point of view, improving in any significant way or not, but it will keep improving. So it will sort of suck out as much information as it can, and of course, because it wants to suck up as much information as it can, it needs to distribute it somehow, you know. So it will, if it has somewhere else to store the information about the gender, for example, it will not waste space in the information about the region and dialect in that type of representation. It will sort of distribute it, hopefully. This all depends on the sizes of the vectors and many other parameters, but it will distribute it among those things. That's one of the ideas behind this. So what we simply can train is this type of network, right? Some synthesizer. This was, by the way, the WaveNet. This was all time ago, so the WaveNet was all the rage. It's a WaveNet-based synthesizer. Not particularly relevant what it does for purposes of this. And we fed it, so we trained it to generate signal based purely on F0 and intensity, and conditioned each as an input to drive the synthesis. We gave it the combination of dialect and area, those 11 possible combinations, and gender and word of the target recording, which we tried it to make it to learn. So it didn't do a great job as a synthesizer, because you know, synthesizer, you need to give it sort of really much more fine-tuned, you know, but it didn't really matter. It's still, you could actually, when you sort of synthesize at the end, it was okay. It kind of did something, learned something, but it learned representations of these categories, which we have here, right? So, yeah, this is what I was saying. So, ideally, yeah, the system will put the combination of the, if it all goes well, combination of the dialect and area to this one embedding, which we called target embedding. That's the one we are after. That's the one we're interested in. And the rest, the remaining sources of variation, in the combination of gender, age, and word, which we call normalization embedding. That's embedding which is sort of should act essentially as all these normalization elements. So all the differences between, so when you ask it to generate older female kaka from that dialect, from dialect 2A from Götaland, it will look up representation of older female kaka and of the what was it, 2A Götaland in the other vector, and combine them and drive the synthesizer to do those two things. This is actually, rather, I don't have a slide for that. I wanted to add it like last night when I went to sleep, I remembered, but then I forgot to add it. This type of a thing, and this is something with the source of variation, there is this sort of concept which we might kind of sometimes think about of orthogonality of these things. We're talking about the imbalancing and when the things are sort of linked to each other. We are assuming here that these sources of variation are sort of what we as mathematicians would call orthogonal to each other. That, you know, there is a one variation which depends on a dialect and the one variation which depends on a gender. And a statistician would say that there is no interaction between them, you know. So you can sort of separate those influences. Now you can sort of separate the influence of the text and the voice. And you can generate in other synthesizers the same text uttered by all sort of voices, or the different text with the same voice. So we are hoping that you can sort of, this would of course also learn to generate the utterances from the combinations which you might not have seen potentially if the data is imbalanced, if we are lucky. But our data was actually well balanced. So ideally these two different sources of variation are sort of separable. And one will end up in the target embedding, and the other one will end up in the normalization embedding. Now, so I can just show you our because now we did train it, and the embeddings were, by the way, size of these were not 512 because we trained it. These relatively small data for these type of things. I don't remember 32 dimensional or something like that, 64 maybe 32. And this is we were talking about principal component analysis. So these are first two components of that. These again turning this multidimensional space so that we see the most variation, as it were. So these are the dots representing all the possible conditions from the normalization embedding. So there should be 54 points, right? And of course, the coloring in this case, this is a PCA, not LDA. The coloring does not influence at all the way how the space is transformed. Doesn't influence the visualization at all. They are sort of post hoc colored, as it were. We first find the most, this is the biggest source of variation, as a matter of fact, the piece. This is the first principal component. This is the second biggest source of variation. Second biggest dimensional variation, as it were. So, and then we post hoc colored them. And you can see that, so these color, this is the word saker, or representation of word saker, is produced by younger females, right? And this is the representation of the word saker as produced by younger males. So this is the vector or projection of the vector which the machine takes in if it wants to produce this type of word in any dialect. In what dialect it does that, some in other embedding, right? So you can see that this is not arbitrary. You know, this actually, it learned some structure of that. So you can see that more or less the words. So the first dimension is primarily the gender, right? Actually, we can be more precise because you can see that the younger female here, the older female here, the younger male here, and older male here. Does it remind you of something? Exactly, if you go from left to right, we were talking about that at some point. This is something corresponding to average pitch, right? We know so that the male and female are different, and we know that older female pitch drops a little bit after menopause, and we know that older male pitch goes up a little bit less to less extent. So this is a very biological variance captured in the data. And this dimension is more or less, they are not completely orthogonal to each other, you can see, but it's more or less the linguistic material. You know, there are sakers at the top, and they are sort of tala here. Actually, when we looked at it more closely, it's mostly although this was only F0 and intensity combined, but it's mostly about sort of voicing. You know, saker contains two unvoiced thing. Is amount of voicing. You know, s is longer than k, so saker ends up here, kaka ends up here, and tala ends up here, and I think these down were even more voiced. So this is essentially about the average amount of voicing in those textual material, which is sort of arbitrary. Mm-hmm. Now, and this is now the target embedding. You've seen this picture, and this is now not plotted in. This is now plotted in the. We have all sort of ways how to plot these embeddings. So this is now our usual hierarchical aggregative clustering, and now we got these sort of representations for all of these combinations. Whatever 11 of them should be 11 leaves in this tree. And you can see that indeed this organized itself also very, very meaningfully. We rerun this experiment many times because we couldn't believe that this could be possible. I mentioned to you, by the way, at some point that this is exactly the database which was processed in 3 different labs, right? So this is actually, we analyzed this earlier using, again, much more naive technique, actually not really machine learning, well, sort of machine learning based, but sort of more signal processing heavy technology. And we got very similar sort of very, very good result. And that's what it was, the result was so good that we didn't believe that it can be true. So that's how we discovered that the processing steps were different, you know. So that's why we have to start, that's why we were not happy with filtering the signal, but we had to rebuild the signal from scratch, F0 and intensity. And we double checked, well, we whatever would be quadruple, what would be 10 of the quadruple, checked very, very carefully that F0 and intensity is not influenced by these processing steps. We compared and we did also, we spent a year of trying to break the system, but we are now confident enough that this is the real information, not based on the signal processing. Well, one thing for one is that the dialect 0, the major dialect group, as we were talking about earlier, 0, 1 and 2 are well separated. In particular, these Finns essentially. Åland is also happens to be part of Finland. So these Finns are separated from the Swedes, and the dialect 1 and dialect 2 type, major types are well separated. Only within this major dialectal group, the geography kicks in. The next splitting goes based on geography. It doesn't go 2A, 2B, but goes Svealand, Norrland, and Götaland. Here's, well, we have underrepresented by Svealand and whatever Götaland there is. So the answer is that, well, does dialect type or geography influence realization of these tonal patterns more? Both, right? Major dialect type, yes. Minor dialect type, less so. Maybe this type of contrast between minor dialect types is disappearing and being replaced by geographical influences. It's being unified geographically and these type of things. Because of course, how does this mixing up in Sweden of these that people from different dialectal group live in the middle of the other dialect area, how does it arrange? By moving people around, of course, you know. So they are, you know, some villages have moved and all that. There was one recording site somewhere, this was, I remember when our experiments, which was, I don't remember, we did plenty more analysis, you can imagine. The one recording site, which was constantly sort of popping up as dialect 0 in somewhere, although it was classified as dialect like 2-1 or something. And then we found out that although the people adopted for that particular area, the people adopted apparently, well, the dialect type was actually decided by some politician who was listening to the material, and they kind of assigned to these different areas this type of a thing, and they traveled and they kind of learned it. And it was assigned out like 2A, but that was historically village of these forest Finns. In like 200 years ago, it was actually Finns were replanted to the remote part of Sweden, and they were still, based on analysis, sounding more like the Finns than like the dialectal area where they were supposed to be. So there are all of these historical things which can pop up in these analyses. Now, so so this was excellent. Now, I tried this with our Assamese data. I've shown you before earlier. That didn't work out well. So I, took the area, took two different, the source of variation which we're interested in, a recording site area, and the other one would be, let's say, gender and sentence combination. We have those differently long sentences, North Wind and the Sun. So I kind of thought that if I give the synthesizer this sort of knowledge about the sentence, it will somehow manage to learn it, and gender. Well, the fact is that it didn't really, right? This is the, I don't know whether we want to study it. By the way, I also produced yesterday evening, I was curious, the similar thing for your database, and didn't work either. It was completely arbitrary. I retrained it several times. These are very, very small data. It takes only 15, 20 minutes, half an hour maybe to train. So I retrained it last night maybe 3 or 4 times. And you essentially get up quite different pictures every time, which means that it cannot really suss out the variance. So why would that be? Well, the first thing, if I can train it half an hour, that's not enough data. That's not going to work. We would need more data. Although, Genet is here, and we use the same technique on a much smaller database. Remember of the Angami tones from like 3 dialects and 4 tones from each, and we did get meaningful data, meaningful results. But because we were taking very targeted sort of recordings, and we labeled the tones, and we extracted representations of the tones. Now, this is an important thing, that these embeddings could either be what we call global embedding. And I can have the embedding, which for the duration of generation of this signal stays the same. I give it area and generate this signal here, which all of it corresponds to the given area. But what I can do as well, I can give these local embeddings. So for example, when I want to generate the real speech synthesis, I have to be changing the embeddings for different sounds as I go. You know, first generate the bit for A, then K, then O, and etc., etc. You know, so those are called local embeddings, and I can tell the synthesizer what embedding to apply at what time. So for the Angami tones, we labeled them, and we trained the embedding for each tone dialect combination, and then we could compare how the tones from different dialects were sort of similar to each other. And I should have actually produced that. I forgot. I can maybe find it for tomorrow if I have it somewhere. It was really small data, but it was meaningful. It did produce some interesting results. How is it possible that I forgot that? So I have to. I'll find it. I hope. Sometimes it's a problem is that these things are sort of when I train network, I might not have those data online, you know, for obvious reasons. So hopefully they're not sitting only on my machine in Finland. But maybe I have some pictures for it. Maybe Jeanette has some pictures of it. I don't know if she remembers. So yeah, so I think the problem here is that there's too little data and or too long utterances. It's very difficult to sort of, you know, like one of the utterances is like 8 seconds long. It's very difficult for the synthesizer sort of to memorize the 8-second long F0 and intensity patterns in some sense to be able to and separately memorize the differences between the dialects. So maybe if we had it sort of labeled on the smaller scale, for example, words, and then yeah, many of these things are possible. So this was just not very good material and good technology for this particular question, which is very kind of common case. As a matter of fact, when we try things. Yeah, so we would need sort of more control of data over the sources of variation. The sources of variation were really a little bit too broad. To take the sentence as a source of variation, you know, like think about that is to try to represent. I actually try to, on the other hand, I try to just remove the utterance and just take the gender and the dialect, and that didn't work either. So there is not enough representative kind of contrast on this larger scale, because this is sort of average out what and all of these things there is. So this is probably too much. Now for the Swedish thing, we did small bits, 2-syllable, very straightforward tonal patterns. For Angami, we took the labeled tones only. So maybe for the sort of target, this might be the good technology for targeted prosodic or even phonetic or whatever type of research to find out the differences. Yeah. So in a summary, it's not all doom and gloom when it comes to sort of targeted prosodic research and machine learning combination. It is possible to design and train own custom-built machine learning systems which will learn on their own some sort of representations of the phenomena which we want to contrast against each other from the data themselves. And I was illustrating it on an example of the speech synthesis, but just about any speech technological applications which needs to use the information about whatever it needs to use is good enough. It's fine, you know. So usually synthesizers are good because synthesizers, you feed these, you guide them by these contrasts. While the recognizers, they try to remove those contrasts, as it were. But if you find a way to represent these type of things in any other application, that's fine. So usually these technological applications need to represent all sort of contrasts, which they need to be able to reproduce. So we can look at those representations. Of course, because we need to train them from scratch, they don't come with this advantage of being pre-trained, to having grasped the lot of sources of variation and organize them. We need a little bit more data, or sort of narrower questions. So we have to find this balance between amount of data. Of course, we will not get a huge amount of data. This is nothing surprising. This is a lot like statistics. For statistics also, you either need big enough variance or big enough number of data points. So the more data points you are, the more fine-tuned this the differences you can sort of claim or find. These are more or less the same. So you need the right type of balance. But of course, unlike this sort of traditional statistical thing, the machine learning is really a powerful technique to build rather complicated models. Because, you know, when you do some linear regression or nonlinear regression or random effect regression, you have the shape of these. It's a lot like what Priyankoo was saying yesterday when we do some, you know, linear classification and nonlinear classification and machine learning based classification, which can find much more complicated relationships among the things. It doesn't have to separate things linearly. It doesn't have to say that these things are bigger than these. In stats, we always only say that something is different from zero. And of course, we translate how we can find out. We can cheat, essentially. So we say the difference between these two things is greater than zero. So we know that they are different from each other, or different from zero. But that's all. We can just say something is bigger than something else. Here it's much more complicated. You can say many more in nonlinear combinations of different features can be comfortably accommodated by these machine learning techniques. Also, one thing which is, I wouldn't even call it rule of thumb, but it's my own experience, is that I said that the synthesizer, when we trained it, didn't really produce fantastic synthesis, you know. It was okay, but didn't really produce fantastic synthesis. So there was not enough data for it to train it to produce the good synthesis. But my own experience is that these embeddings make such a big difference that they are sort of trained first. That you can have the synthesizer which doesn't really meet any standards, but the embeddings are sharpened first. You can even look at it, you can sort of visualize the embeddings, and they literally, they shape, they get a basic shape, these embeddings, these representations of the all sort of inputs, they take the basic shape after 2 or 3 epochs. And then they more or less stay there, then everything else starts fine-tuning, and then the output then starts changing dramatically after more and more epochs. And then after the output reaches some sort of quality, then these embeddings are sort of as if revisited and start a little bit shuffling and moving around. So you can, even if you don't have enough data to actually produce the viable technological application, you still might get enough data to use it for analysis, essentially. I'm sure, don't take this as a sort of some proven thing, but this is my experience, and I'm sure that there would be many exceptions in some particular things, but this is my experience how it works. Right, that's it. Any questions, comments? I need to find my glasses so I can check what questions and comments come from the rest of the people, if any. No? Yes? We try, was this Priyankoo's one actually worked? Wait a second, I can.
This might be slightly pedantic. I'm just trying to understand, in one of your first slides, where we were talking about text input in the speech synthesizer, it said "Hello world" with an exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
Is punctuation something that you can use as a text input, or is
Absolutely.
So that, I mean, wouldn't that also be prosodic information that we are putting in? Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The speech synthesis system makes use of anything, of course. And yeah, the more the merrier, of course. So the sort of basic elocutionary force type of prosodic patterns are certainly encoded somehow encoded with these punctuation marks and whatever. Of course, they make use of that, and that's one of the sort of anecdotes I kind of was thinking that, you know, when I was a youngster, like the 80s, one of the kind of the crazy sci-fi idea was that imagine if we had a video phones. You know, there were no these normal phones, you know, and all that. We had a video phone, so we can sort of talk to everybody. And it turned out that now all of us have video phones in our back pockets, and we don't use them hugely. Actually, as a matter of fact, we use video phones a little bit more than the phones. I have teenage daughters, and when I tell them to call somebody, they say like, well, how to do that? You know, they don't really use phones as phones. So what we ended up doing is texting, right? Which is rather bizarre. So we're back to sort of telegram thing. But one of the first things which emerged with texting are all the emojis. And that's where the prosody comes in, you know. So there is the need to express prosody. So without, the speech is not complete. Like, you can write the novel, of course, and you can send somebody information about when the train is arriving, or that you are going to wait for her in whatever, somewhere at that time, and that's fine. Even in many of these things, we would put some emoji nowadays. But, you know, when you start using the text as a primary source of communication, you don't get away without prosody. So you have to start adding it. So for example, there are also the systems which learned how to interpret emojis as well. You know, whatever data you put in, it will use them, of course. Mm-hmm. Any more? By the way, those all of those punctuation marks and full stops and commas, semicolons also get embedded. You can find their own representation. Nowadays, what actually happens is that, of course, everything has to be embedded, because otherwise you cannot feed it into a network. As simple as that. But then these things are undergoing some sort of transformation through the bunch of transformers, so they are all sort of scrambled together, and you find the representation of the entire sentence, as it were. What is important? This is like, you know, when you are reading something, where do you have to look in order to figure out how to read it? You know, when you want to read something aloud, you might need to know that comma is coming in 3 syllables, so you know to start slowing down or whatever, you know, or getting ready to take a breath in, you know, or all of those other. So that's how the synthesizers work. They look around, they keep constantly sort of scanning. Where am I going, you know? They can even learn the things like sort of different stress patterns, you know, that some information has been, like if Mary has been introduced first and then it's a she, they can learn, given a lot of data, that the she is. Of course, they also use these other type of pre-trained representations like the GPT representations or BERT representations in order to make sense of the meaning and condition the speech, the generation, by all of these, whatever you can throw in, essentially. People throw in. These are numbers, you know. If the network is very, very good, if some numbers are not useful, like that previous image, if the numbers are not particularly useful for improving its performance, to ignore them. This would be an example of that. That this information we gave about the dialects for this particular reconstructing of these long F0 and antenna signals were not particularly useful. So it just ignored them, doesn't learn them. Mm-hmm. So that's why the sort of the approach that the more you put in, if it wants it, it takes it. If it doesn't want it, it ignores it. And with the attention things, you can even decide at what part and when it wants some part of information and all that. Mm-hmm. This was just I just wanted to say this to kind of get us to sort of 2024, or whatever the year it is, 2025, rather than 2019, when this type of work was actually designed, because these 5 years makes a vast difference, you know, in the machine learning world. Cool. So, more questions? You can keep them for the afternoon. If you can come up with something. So, lunch, and then we meet at 3 o'clock or something, and we'll play with the systems like this. Cool. Thank you.
Following Espasu and Aryaman Arora's work,
when we don't need it, it works. Maybe I first download what you sent. Where is it here? What happens here? How can I download it? What is this? Download.
You have to press the other button. Okay, I did. No, that's the wrong one anyway.
Oh, this one. Anyway, how do I? It ends up here, that's fine. And now let's take my last thing is just I'm gonna delete that one which I have. This is the unprocessing, you know? What you gave me. No, but this is the no, but this is the old one.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And it's not, it doesn't have the same name.
Yeah.
Does it? Hmm? No, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, embeddings.
Can this machine?
Sorry, can we get the machine plugged to be able to be visible on the screen? This one for the tutorial. half an hour. 11 minutes left now, good, 1 minute left. Excellent. And then we will run it. By the way, we were just talking about that. I don't know whether
You're out.
we made it.
You're out.
This is only working every now and then. Let's spot it earlier.
Not working.
Stopped working. I think it's a battery thing.
Now it's working.
I was working.
Oh, now it's working briefly. I think spotted the competition coming, so maybe we can leave this one here, and when one stops working, I can. Okay. So, oops. So while this is uploading, then it's uploaded in the meantime. So I guess I can go there like you will and start the embedding analysis. Double click the which one is this? The IPYNB file. And we get sort of our usual Jupyter notebook. As I said, I'm not sure whether I started saying, but I'm not sure whether we talked about it yesterday. But this Jupyter notebook sort of runs in this virtual environment, and it runs on the Google servers somewhere. So our machine is only sort of used as a display essentially, as a client, which so one thing is that, it should be harmless. No code is actually running on your machine, really. And the other, of course, important thing, while this Jupyter is kind of handy, in particular for this type of purposes, is that the environment on the server has everything set up. As you know, many of you have the same experience that, setting up downloading some Python code from GitHub or something like that and sort of installing it and running it tend to be kind of painful process every now and then. There are all sort of dependencies which might not work on your machine. There are different versions of Python, different versions of libraries, and sometimes it's like painstakingly sort of complicated process. In particular, when you deal with the machine learning, there are all sort of interfaces between the GPUs and your machine. There are a couple of layers of interfaces, and that's setting something like that up, in particular for older codes, can be a real pain in some parts, body parts. So, but anyway, this is easy. That's a good thing. Jupyter Notebook also sort of allows to put all of this commentary. There is a code somewhere down here, but you can, for your convenience, you can kind of read the Tukas sort of running commentary of the process whenever you want. There are some links to the papers and some pictures and all that. So, but now I let Tuka to kind of run the commentary.
Good time, because your mic just went off. Your mic just went off as well.
I think so.
Yeah, no worries. I can speak.
My mic kind of went out because it knew that I had nothing to say. So yeah.
Yeah. So what I've already done kind of in advance is that I've extracted the embeddings from the wave-to-vec model, because exactly this thing that you have to use this PyTorch and all this stuff, so and it'll take more time. But I'm gonna share that code as well with you later on another folder. So we're gonna go through these, what Juraj has been talking today and the previous days as well, these different kind of visualizations of the embeddings. And I guess we have 2 hours, but it kind of represents work from quite a much longer time, like maybe a year or something. So let's see how, if I go too fast, it's difficult sometimes to know what people know when you've been working on something so much. Just please tell me to go slower or ask questions and just interrupt me. So this is kind of, so you can work this code on your own. Kind of everything that's going on is also in these comments. So especially on the kind of remote students, you can also kind of just go through them, kind of check out what's going on. But yeah, I think we should just go forward. This was just an introduction about how these things work, and Juraj has already gone through that. But there's a couple of papers that you can check out, and also a link to the code to the Hugging Face API, where you can find the model itself. So we've done the practical stuff. Does everyone have their environment sorted out? Looks good. Okay, so we'll just first mount the drive and import the Python libraries that we need for processing of visualization. This is exactly what we did yesterday, or what you did yesterday. It should take like half a minute maybe. And now it's actually, you can see here on the right, top right corner, it's connecting to the computer. So that's why it takes a little bit of time to start, because exactly, you're not doing it locally. And now you're connected to a computer. Okay, and now it has to do it. And then you have to connect to your Google Drive like yesterday, because it needs the data from the other folder. Okay, so while we're waiting, so basically we're uploading 2 files at first. So we have this Assamese database that we've extracted the embeddings for, and also your own recordings, so the English and Indian language recordings. And we're gonna make kind of 4 subsets of the data. We have the Assamese, then we have one with both Indian and English recordings, and then we have one with only Indian, and then one with only English. So we can kind of see how they behave in that space, what kind of, maybe how they interact, these different languages. Okay, this is done, so we can go to the next one. And here we just, if you put the play, while it's running, I can quickly explain that basically we're reading the file, then we just scale it. So we take out the mean, we don't do anything, any other kind of normalization. So we just center the data with the standard scaler.
Already, so
yeah.
These are the recordings, the embeddings which we extracted before.
So these are 2048 dimensional embeddings. There's always one embedding per utterance. So each of you have, I guess, about 10 embeddings per language. And then we split the data into these different, we have one for English data frame, without English, we have Assamese, and then we have the English and Indian is the DF there. And we have about, what do we have, 568 audio files from you guys, and then we have about a little over 2,000 files from the Assamese data, and that was, I guess, from 6 different areas, a total of 2,000. And now we can actually here see I've printed the head of this data frame. So this is the Assamese data frame, and you can see that this is how it works, that you basically have this metadata on the left, you have dialect, then we have latitude and longitude. Longitude that I collected from Glottolog. You can access it. There's a languages CSV file. It's easy to get. Then you can just match it with the ISO code that you presented. And then you have gender, and then 2048 embeddings with a D as in dimension, D1 to D24048. And kind of having that D is there, I guess, so you won't accidentally start using these indexes. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because it's easy to forget to have some one letter in when you're searching the data frame, that you actually have a name for it.
Why all these the same?
Because they are, okay, actually I don't know. There may be some bug. Let's not concentrate on that now. I will check it out later.
It just shows
That's a good.
there is a 3 dots here, so these are the vectors,
Yeah.
2048 dimensional vectors. They're just list of 2048 numbers.
But it's actually, let's keep that in mind for the actually important data, which is yours, that we don't have the same thing. So this seems that actually the same person has the same embedding. This can't be true, so there's some slight bug in the code probably. But let's just go to the next thing. So, so the idea is that if you have these raw embeddings, they kind of have all kinds of information. Exactly, for example, if some countries there's some languages there's some kind of imbalance of gender or whatever. So there can be, or if some, I don't know, room acoustics or some signal thing kind of affects the classification when it's trained the model itself. So there might be any kind of stuff because there's so many dimensions. So we actually want to see that what are the kind of most salient features regardless what they are. So we use PCA, which is a unsupervised transformation that can be used for dimensionality reduction, as Juraj said. And the idea is exactly that it only finds looks for where the kind of structures are, where the most information lies. So we do that. Now we only have 2 dimensions. We made it into 2 dimensions, so it's easy to visualize. And now if you play that, am I going too fast? Is everyone kind of following what's going on?
Yeah, okay.
So, so I have a question. So, if the second step is your dimension reduction, right?
Yeah.
So that you have, is that feeding to the third step or not?
Yes. So if you go up. So I make this. I made a copy of the Assamese data, as in a PCA kind of data frame. I initialize the principal components analysis, and then I transform the data frame so that I only leave the first 2 principal components there. And next I will feed it into just the plotting, matplotlib plotting code. Go up, stop, here. So now we want to look at gender. So let's see, as in Juraj said earlier, this is something that might be quite easily there. So we just put column to color gender. This is something easy to change. If you want to later run the code again, you can check it out. Color with something else that's in there. In the Assamese data, there's not so many kind of different metadata variables, but in the GIAN one we have state and city and all these kind of stuff that you can play around with. But so if you go up a little bit below, and if you run it on yours, it should look the same.
I did run it already.
Yes. So now it's colored by gender. So this is probably females and this is males. And it's completely separated in the PC space.
By the way, the important thing here is that the PCA is not aware of the gender. So it's only colored by gender, so the PCA is performed with completely unsupervised way of just turning the space in order to sort of magnify the dimensions along which the variance is the biggest. And now it's only post-colored by. So these are all the spots, all the dots, the positions of the dots, all come from a PCA. Then we just color them based on to what gender speaker that particular thing belongs. This seems to be the only number of speakers rather than number of utterances.
Yeah, it might be that
we already speak means.
Yeah. And that's probably that's probably why actually we have those rows. Rows I've accidentally put one code where I've grouped it by, not grouped it actually, but made it basically that it's the same. So sorry for that, but it should be easy to fix. Yeah, so you can see that it actually splits with the gender. So I guess this is something that you probably know after Juraj's kind of lecture. But what is the problem with that? What might it? Do you think what does it tell about the model? Do you have some idea? That the first component splits the gender.
Although it shouldn't.
So why do you think, what does this tell us about the model, that it separates the first component? So the most salient structural thing in the corpus is in the model, basically the model embeddings, is gender.
The data is unbalanced.
Yeah, so the training data, so probably in some languages there's only males or 99% males, and some languages not, and then it just thinks that actually the gender is the best, easiest way to kind of split this. So the LID model isn't necessarily that great. So we actually have to do something about it. So we have to get rid of that and just find the stuff that we're interested in, because we're not interested in splitting them by gender. We could use something.
So this is not, we know that our data, or the Assamese data, are very well balanced. So this is not about the characteristics of the data which we are analyzing, but about the properties of the models, the language identification model which we used to extract these embeddings, which, as Tuka was saying, because it was trained on the data which was probably not balanced, gets this sort of gender bias, and learned that gender actually is information worth keeping because it can help assist it to decide on the languages, or so it thinks, because that's was the characteristic of the data on which it was trained.
Yeah, so the original, the LID model that we used was trained with YouTube videos. So that also, of course, is very gendered, kind of gender imbalance is already probably there. So it's probably male dominated on its own.
And might also be might also be the sort of culture gender imbalance, that the YouTube videos from some languages might be more male dominated, the YouTube videos from other languages might be more female dominated, and then it turns out that it can use this type of very salient characteristics to decide on what language it is.
Okay, so we have to, yeah.
Tuka, can we just take a pause and just make sure that everybody has followed all the steps, and then they understand all the steps so far?
Yeah.
Including our online participants. So I'll have to ask, so anybody who has not been able to do all the steps until now? Everybody has done. Okay. And so everybody has understood what is happening until now. Anybody has not understood, please raise hand.
I have one small doubt. Do you understand which color denotes which gender? Here
In this?
blue and red, yeah.
Well,
Or is it undefined?
this time, yeah, it's actually undefined. I'm not sure, but it doesn't really make a difference in this
Okay.
case. Of course, in
Yeah,
general,
yeah,
it will
sure,
be
sure.
important. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to read into the
yeah.
code and see.
Oh
what's
yeah,
in
yeah.
it.
I didn't make any difference now
Okay,
because
okay.
I just wanted to see.
So it
if
was random, right?
Yeah,
Just two
yeah,
clusters.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
thank
just
you.
happened to be kind of stereotypically gendered colors. But
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. Got it. Thank you.
There is this color map BWR which orders the colors. Usually blue is the first one and red is the second one in the standard color maps. So most likely blue is actually female and red is actually male, because F is alphabetically before M. So most likely blue actually corresponds to female and red corresponds to male in this color map.
And if you, like, we're going kind of so fast that the code itself, you probably won't have time to go into it so much, but all the lines have some comment that should kind of explain what's going on. The code itself is very kind of simple stuff. I understand that if you don't have any experience with coding, it might be difficult to at least quickly see what's going on, but you can do it, of course, afterwards as well. So yeah, anyway, now we have the, don't go so fast. Just go here. Stop, yeah, thank you. So because this is separated by gender, we have to do something. We have to get rid of the gender, or we actually want to just look at the dialect in this case, or language, or whatever we are interested in. So now we get to this linear discriminant analysis, which I think Juraj was also talking about. So now we actually don't do it unsupervised, we give it the classes. So it works similarly to PCA, so it looks for these directions in the space where there is kind of most separates the data, but they separate the classes. So then it tries to find where it's easy to see where different languages are kind of apart from each other and close to their own language, other speakers of their own language. So we actually do the exact same code. We just change the method here into LDA. If you go down, you're way too up.
No, I was just
Yeah.
comparing.
So we make another copy of the original Assamese data and make an LDA data frame. We run the same thing but with linear discriminant analysis, also two components. So we just look at the kind of two most important dimensions for separating dialect. And if you run it, you again basically see that what's going on. The other two, there's the two columns. Yes, and we still have the same problem that they're the same, but doesn't matter. So let's go to the next one. So next we do, again, it's the same thing. We just look at the gender. We set it here on the first line that this is what we want to look at. And we see if they still separate. Well, now they don't. They are actually together. So it must be something else. Well, in this case, hopefully it works out that it's the dialect. And if you look at it's not randomly distributed. So you have this kind of some figures here. So you would expect that maybe some of these are starting to kind of lump some dialects together. Not necessarily really great because it's only two dimensions. It's kind of a small amount of information you have to pack into two variables. But it at least doesn't show gender anymore. So we've gotten rid of that. Is everyone kind of following until here?
This is a really sort of difficult step in some sense, because we just sort of turn the space so that what matters, what it tries to discriminate are those dialects. So, and not only tries to discriminate, to put the dialects as far as possible, because it knows what dialects they are, but also it tries to put the data from the same dialect as closely together as possible. And this doesn't do anything with the data embeddings. It just sort of turns the space in the right way. So the distances remain the same. It's just a different view of the space.
Yeah, and like LDA, of course, is a classifier, like mostly you can use it as a classifier. So you would have a training and evaluation set and this kind of stuff. But for this, it doesn't really matter, because we're not interested in how good it is at classifying. We're only interested in the relationships, and it doesn't get any information about relationship. It just gets the information. This is this class, this is this class, but it doesn't know that this dialect is similar as this one. That's only for kind of the structure of the data might bring that out. But I guess we can go to the next one. Okay. So of course that doesn't really tell us anything. We only have the gender. That's not very interesting. That's not what we're looking for. But we want to look at how the different dialects behave. So we just take all the utterances in Barpeta and all the utterances in some other place, and we take the mean of those embeddings for each dialect. Then we get one data point for each dialect in the space. So here I do it just on the first line, just grouping by dialect, taking the mean. So I get one row in the data set for that dialect, and it's the mean of that dialect. And once again, the column name to color, later on you can change that, try something else. And later on we're going to also maybe do a little tweaking, but let's just get the kind of first few through, and let's get to your data, which is more interesting. So you can press the cell if you haven't to run it. And now we're getting this kind of a map of, or the space of those centroids. And we take the centroids from the already transformed LDA, linear discriminants. So we have this two-dimensional space with all the utterances. We just take the mean, so it's very, very, very simple. And we just put the 2 dimensions like this. So basically, this is kind of similar to the picture before, except we have specific one kind of blobs there, and it's not colored by gender. I don't know if you got through there. You can start maybe looking a little bit at if these make any sense. How does it look?
Well, we were looking at the same-ish picture earlier today, and we all concluded that it starts making sense.
Yeah. So what if you think about it, that you are putting 2000 dimensional information with 2000 dimensions into 2, you're probably going to miss quite a lot, especially if there's kind of multi-dimensional kind of varied influences between the dialects, especially with languages. You definitely will have that. So it's not only this one retroflex or whatever that is kind of the difference, but there's going to be a massive amount of things. So 2 dimensions is very little. So I don't know about this, but with the word languages, we noticed that it actually made this east-west kind of continuum, but the kind of minute details were not at all right. They were complete gibberish, but the kind of overall continuum was good. So of course we can also do LDA with more dimensions and not filter into 2. So with LDA you can do the number of classes minus 1. So if we have 60 classes, it will be, I don't remember how many classes we have, but let's say we have some tens of classes. So we can look at if it becomes better if we don't make such a bottleneck for the information.
Of course, the issue, the thing is that we have all the information ready. We are only extracting the first two components for the visualization purposes. That's all there is to it. Like we can extract 50 components, but then we are in the same sort of problem that we cannot really visualize that. But there is much more information, of course, kept in the embeddings. All of those means and all of those things, those centroids, the means of multiple vectors are all done on all the accessible dimensions. We are kind of using the two only for the visualization purely.
We'll go to the next one. Is there anyone who is having trouble going, kind of following, or?
My suggestion is that just 30 seconds break
Yeah.
and then let people think.
Of course.
Of course, the code stays with you, so you can play with that and change things, because it's running on the servers. You cannot really break anything, and you will not break Google servers. That's for sure. So it's pretty safe to the only problem is that it might not work when you change something, but that's fine. And of course, when you are interested, maybe not tonight or tomorrow, but when you sort of want to kind of think about this even further, you can maybe look at the slides from the lectures and compare them with these steps to try to sort of understand what I tried to say and how does that translate to the code that might be sort of useful potentially.
Okay, yeah. So this first thing was just to show you kind of how it works with the Assamese data and maybe compare in a moment a little bit how your data works. So we have already extracted the embeddings, as I said, from your data, from the LID model, and we merged them into this GIAN embeddings file. And you can take a look later there what kind of stuff is there, and we'll see here as well. So you can just put that. We'll do the same PCA, but for your data. So now we have actually a little bit more metadata that we can use. We have the language, we have the area, and then we have the latitude, longitude of the language you are speaking, and then we have also home latitude, home longitudes for the English recordings. So then we can check out how those English recordings seem on a map. We have the speaker, we have the mother tongue, city, state, gender, age, and then actually now the bug is not anymore there, so actually this is good. This works out. And we have 2 dimensions already because we've done the PCA here. And actually on the right you can see pred label. This is something that's kind of semi-accidentally here, but it's actually good. That is the prediction of the model itself. So in this case, it has predicted it right. BN is some kind of other ISO code, other set of ISO codes. So it has predicted all of these utterances as Bengali. And we can go further. So we'll just do exactly the same thing as before, now with your data. And we'll do it with gender. But this time, it's not mixed. And I have been trying to a little bit think about this. I have actually no idea why in this case it isn't mixed. If you do, feel free to loudly say your ideas, but I think it's a bit kind of difficult question. Then in some cases, gender is there, sometimes not. Of course, in this case, these are very kind of much more different languages from each other. Like they're not dialects, they are very kind of, the space is kind of maybe more varied. So that might be one reason that it would be within dialects. It might be that it's kind of more shows more. I don't know.
On the other hand, then we got the quite a relatively strong gender separation on the world languages as well. So
True.
and thirdly, I would have guessed that we will get even bigger gender split because we have extremely unbalanced data which we're analyzing. So maybe somehow we would have to think, as this is difficult to think because you have to imagine these transformations somehow, but you know that somehow that gender imbalance in our data somehow compensates for the gender imbalance of the or gender bias of the network language.
But yeah, it's a mystery.
Of course, there's always, now this is stuff that we made the corpus day before yesterday, so there's always kind of room for some bugs or some kind of other stuff happening which isn't which doesn't have to do with the real world. But it's just an interesting thing that it actually does this. That actually we could maybe even just use the PCA and leave out LDA completely, and we can see about that in a bit. But let's first at least do the same thing that we did with the Assamese stuff. So let's do the LDA. And actually, just before we go, I made the LDA with, just a second, sorry. Oh no, nothing. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, we can just go further. Yeah, so we made the linear discriminant space now, and we'll color with gender. Okay. Now it also looks quite different from the one that we saw before. And now there actually, it seems that there are these kind of very specific blobs, perhaps languages. So they're not like this kind of scatter around, like kind of overlapping as it was with the dialects, but they are kind of very specific kind of places. But then this gender is still maybe a little bit doing this kind of thing. Like here you have something that's very similar to each other, and like there are like this little bunch of one gender and a little bunch of another. Do you have any idea why this might be the case, that we're using LDA, so we're using the languages as classes, but we see this, that the gender is actually maybe separating a little bit? Do you have some idea what that tells about our corpus that we made compared to the Assamese corpus?
I didn't get the question.
So, when we looked at the Assamese corpus, we did the LDA, and it mixed the genders. So you don't anymore separate them at all, because it only looks at dialect. We did the same thing with the languages, with your data, but it doesn't do that. It actually, well, it does it in a lot of cases. Here you have mixed gender. This language is mixed, but these are like here. So you have a little bit of separation of gender as well. So that says something about you guys who have given it. Do you have an idea what that is? Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So we might only have one person from one language, and that is a female. And then if you start separating languages, it's of course going to find that thing about that language. It's not going to find the kind of language differences. It's going to find the idiosyncrasies between people or gender or whatever. So this is like stuff that a lot of our work kind of deals with, is like figuring out why does this seem good? Is it really like something that has to do with the language, or is it this kind of massive amount of variation that can affect these things in the models? Because they take everything from the signal. It can be that it's some little noise somewhere that it's in different recordings, and it only takes that. And that has been the case with some dialect identification work.
Well, I'll try to say something, but it's probably not necessary.
Okay.
No, I just maybe we can repeat it. This is just a restating what Tuukka said, that a lot of this work using these machine learning methods.
Just reinstating what Tuukka said, that a lot of this work using the machine learning methods are I think Priyankoo tried to say this. A lot of this work using these machine learning methods is to run these codes and design these things is actually relatively easy. But to really convince yourself and the others that you are tapping on the right source of variation is very, very important. And it's very good to have a very skeptical mind. Like we had several anecdotes about, I remember the Swedish data processing, many imbalancing in the corpora. And this comes from our experience when we had several Eureka moments when we really went back from home, from work, kind of excited that we found something really important, and we realized that it's some microphone characteristics and things like that. So there is a lot of history, not only in our group, but overall in the field, that people publish stuff which turned out to be completely trivial, and a machine sort of learned to distinguish sounds based on some hum of some ventilator somewhere, as opposed to, or you know, different things from different languages based on actually the frequency of the current in the different countries and many of the other things. So we have to be very, very, very skeptical, in particular when we are starting getting very convincing results, that we are really tapping that source of variation we claim that we are tapping. Because there might be many correlates, you know, people in different parts. I'm not saying that this will come to the recordings, it will not, but you know, people in different countries drive on a different sides of the road, so we might use some particular, you know, recognition of something which taps on this coincidental confounding factor. It's not enough to can reiterate this all the time, because as I said, it's easy to find some results and it's much more difficult to justify them. So, and that takes way more time. I think we got these results about a year ago, and it took us almost a year to get them to publishing, because we had so many doubts, and we had sort of quadruple checked every step whether we're actually getting what we claim that we are getting.
All right, let's go to the next thing. So now that we have the, can you go like one line about, what did I say there? Yeah. So we'll just do the same thing with your data as we did with the previous one. So we just get the centroids, the means of all the utterances from that language, and we'll see what the first two LDA linear discriminations show. And once again, you can maybe think about a little bit, does that make any sense? Is this same as before? You guys were talking about the retroflex. Hindi is here in the middle, kind of there's the purple thing. And just one thing is that, so I think someone was talking about Bengali, that it's kind of in the wrong place before. I'm not sure, but anyway, if it doesn't have any kind of close friends, it's gonna go next to something. So if there's nothing that is very similar to Bengali, it might find something similar in a kind of far away, and then it'll seem a bit weird maybe. I'm not sure if this is the case with Bengali, but this is something that happens kind of often, when basically having kind of missing a language might make a big difference in the kind of structure of the tree, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, and also we have to remember, probably, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are simply basing it based on how it sounds like.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
only based on how it sounds
Solely
like.
based on-
So probably it often is more about geographic proximity, less about language family. Sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, here, I mean, we haven't, in our data, we haven't really looked at dialectal variation or anything of the sort, but it could be that is what is affecting the distribution of this data, right? Because we have a very small number of speakers, and they are, at least I know from the Bengali data, I don't really know for the other things, but like those like very small number of speakers are spread around in quite a few places, so all of their data is going to be quite different.
Yeah.
So that's probably affecting how it's being plotted, right?
That's a really good point, and that's kind of, I think, the reason why Juraj talked about this kind of that we need like 50 recordings to get it kind of robust, and it's not really, I guess, that You can get it perfect with one recording, of course, because it can usually, like the classification rate is super good. It can get it right on one, but of course there's so much this within language variation that if you get 10 people from Western Slovakia and 10 people from Eastern Slovakia, they're going to cluster with, these two groups are going to cluster with different languages because they don't sound like exactly the same. So yeah, exactly that's why I think the kind of benefit of this is we don't need specifically 1 or 5 representative speakers, but we can actually get a lot, and then we get some sort of a representation of let's say some area or language. Of course, in the case of language, it's quite difficult because they are quite elusive.
Of course, one thing which we could try, I don't know whether you tried it, is to actually not to get the centroids for the languages, but get all the speakers and color them by the languages, and see, oops.
You will do that later today.
Yeah, we will do that later today. So we will see. Also, the one other thing is that if I remember well in the database, Bengali and Hindi and Assamese are.
Now it works again. The Bengali, Hindi, and Assamese are the biggest speakers groups. So the LDA might have, because these are the biggest groups, LDA might have tried to push them as far as possible from each other, because it was rewarded for pushing these big groups far away. And one Marathi speaker didn't matter so much, So it created this basic geometry by pushing these overrepresented categories, overrepresented classes far apart. That might also be the case. Yeah. And then organized all the others sort of as good as it could to be kind of close to the similar sounding languages. But the major sort of diagonal is these 3 languages.
And actually, we might not have to do it now because there are quite a few things that we want to do. But if you go a little bit up, so I made, let's just a second, a little bit up still, a bit more, a bit more, here. So here when I made the LDA, I actually made a PCA one as well. So we do have that data now both in LDA and PCA. So if we go a little bit down again, there is a here, just up, here. So there's the comment on the middle. So it says here, delete the hashtag from the line below if you want to see what dendrogram looks like with PCA space. If you just take that out and run it again, you'll see the PCA of the PCA version of that kind of map. So this is what it looks like without the LDA.
Wait a second, has it finished?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks very same, no?
It is? Oh, let's see. Come to corner PCA. It might be on the. Yes, just a sec. Okay, can you put it actually? So, I did this today. If you move that line a little bit up, so after the, where is the, just a second, I have to think a little bit. No, it should be fine. Right. No, it should, can I run it again, the cell?
I think when plotting in this line you have to change.
We have to
Oh yeah.
Here,
I'm sorry. This was a very late kind of thought that I wanted to add. Well, okay. Maybe we don't have to do it now. I can fix it a little bit, and I'm gonna put. Yeah. So you can put here.
LDA here.
There's quite a but there's here as well in the bottom. I think it's maybe better not to put it now. It isn't that important thing, but you can maybe on your own. I'm gonna repost these into one kind of you're gonna get all the materials on one kind of a Google Drive, and then that'll be kind of the final thing. So I'll fix that before that.
Can you just repeat what the problem was
So-
in showing that
so that
specifically the online participants?
Yeah, so the
So
idea
just-
was that I wanted to, we would have, just if you comment out the column to color thing, it would show the PCA version of this, but there's actually, in the plotting itself, I forgot to change a few, in the scatter kind of line that you went away from that, but anyway, it should have been a different data frame that we are referring to, but I will fix that, so let's just forget that ever happened.
Segment and replace.
Hmm?
Can we just select that segment and replace
Sure.
that because it's just some parts.
If you want to see it,
not
yeah, sure, I can do it if you.
Say again, sorry.
So take out the So all the
All the
All these
LDAs
have-
should be feed. That's what I was checking. How they call the
Yeah.
PCA.
yeah, you just say change those to PCA.
Yeah, but I'm just was checking. That's what I was.
Oh, we will
scrolling
have
up.
to change them back probably. No, actually we don't. Okay. Yeah.
Let's just first plot this. We're gonna get the
But you put it.
labels in the wrong place. It doesn't really matter. No, but that's what I mean. It's not called PCA. That's what I was looking
No,
for.
no, no.
They
It's
call
go back. Wait. Stop. PCA.
They don't
GIAN
exist.
mean PCA DVAF.
Hmm?
You put GIAN in the before it. So
Yeah.
clearly scattered GIAN.
Like that.
GIAN.
Yeah.
Can you please enlarge the screen
Like
a
that?
bit?
Can I?
How
I
does it work?
cannot enlarge mine actually. Funnily enough.
How does it work?
I can. Look.
Ah, you can do it. Okay.
Like this is the name, yeah?
Yeah.
That was I was scrolling up. I was looking for the name.
Okay. Let's see if it works out. You have to put the annotate as well. Yeah. Thank you. There's one more. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if that works. Okay. No? Is it still the same?
No.
Okay. Good. Okay. Oh yeah, now Assamese and Bengali are there. Okay. But actually, does the top there, does that make sense now?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So I guess in this case, the PCA on its own actually works somewhat well. So they might not even need the LDA. What is it? There's something really weird going on there.
But here in the sorry, here you have English.
Yeah.
Why you didn't have it in the other one?
My
No.
We did
use.
English was in the exact same place.
Was it in the same place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But yes, this is just to show that. Oh yes. Go ahead.
Why is this difference happening? Because after applying LDA, that F naught is getting removed, right? I mean, it won't be looking at the characters which are distinguishing the gender, just
Yeah.
focusing on the district. So it should work better when LDA is applied, but it's working better when PC is there in case of SMEs and Bengali.
I
Why is
think.
it happening?
I guess in this case, I don't know why it's happening, but of course now that we looked at the PCA space, then in the Assamese data it did separate, but in this one it didn't. So it looked quite good without LDA, and the LDA might even kind of do bad exactly because of this really bad imbalance of our data set. So it might make it more kind of gender biased if you use the LDA because the gender is so heavily connected to language in this data set.
So essentially, LDA does not has anything gender characteristic removing from the thing. What it tries to do is to separate what it believes are the classes, in our case the languages, as far as possible from each other. But if in our database, as we well known, there is a hugely strong correlation between the classes, the languages, and the gender. What it does, it sort of pushes the genders apart. Because if the one language is only recorded by females and the other language only recorded by males, then it goes like, oh, I got what they want to do, they want to separate these classes, therefore I pick the gender as one of the characteristics which is used actually to push them apart. So we might actually now, if we have the heavily imbalanced corpus like this, by applying LDA we might actually be imposing gender balance rather than removing it.
The reason why I'm confused is because, for languages like SMEs, Bengali and Hindi, and I think Bhojpuri too, words might be very similar, Chand Hawa, and like translation of north wind and the sun. So, it won't, but at least they will be closer than other languages.
But
Like
this probably doesn't grasp anything about kind of word similarity.
No, I mean, then whatever features, for instance, Bengali and SMEs have similar features, like they should be closer,
Maybe-
right?
maybe the whole
Sure, sir.
maybe the whole idea of closeness is very different, because the reason being is that if I just, when you said it, I looked into the string of first 10 words, and first 10 phonemes, they don't just Uttara Botahar Belir Majat, that is what, and then Bengali it is said Uttara Hawa Ar Shujjor something of that sort, right? So you can Shujjo belly, Hawa Botah. So possibly like, you know, that is making a difference.
And also we are really looking way more into sort of phonetic and prosodic similarities. That's how this pipeline is designed. Then I don't, it's hard to say whether the sort of language classification thing really is capable of. These are for these type of networks which really process the files on 25 millisecond level to start with. Of course, then it gets summarized and all that. It's quite difficult to really learn. The word is a very long event in 25 millisecond steps. So it might not be really learning these type of. It might learn some very repetitive things like morphemes. If there are some morphemes which repeat very often, there might be small chunks of speech, and they are somehow very characteristic about the language, it will probably learn to capture those. But words are very long events for this type of processing.
And also we can be somewhat sure that whatever they're saying specifically in this case, it won't make a difference, because we're taking all of the sentences and an average of those. So of course the specific start, for example, makes no difference, because you have kind of 10 sentences there, kind of average, you know, the kind of what Juraj was saying, the pooled embedding, and you get average of that. So it should kind of, even with the, like, it shouldn't really grasp much more than maybe exactly what is common in that language. Like, does it often do this the thing? Not specifically that. And the kind of, that's what we're kind of happy about, I guess, is that we don't have to have these specific sentences as you often have to have, like a very controlled corpus. You can have many kind of random stuff. But yeah, let's just see now that what happens if we actually get some more stuff. Let's go back up and change back that just to the. If you can comment out again the column to color. Just to no, you don't have to change that. That's fine. We're not going to use those rows anymore. So just the column to color. No, not that one. I'm sorry, there's two of them. Oh, yeah, so the one below the information that's deleting the hashtag. Just comment it out and run it again, because I'm not 100% sure if we're using that again. And then let's go to the next one. Okay. Okay. So now I think I referred to it earlier that using the 2 dimensions is not very not that helpful. I mean, it's helpful, but it only gives the kind of broad overall stuff. Now we're going to use all the dimensions that we can in the LDA. So number of classes -1. So in this case, I think it's 12 or 13.
You're running without English here. What does that mean? You're running without English something?
Where? Yeah. So this is without English, and I'll let you know in a moment why. But now we only have the Indian language sentences, and let's run it. And now we have about 12 dimensions, and let's just run the next one, because this is exactly what we already did. And if you go a little bit up, I remember what I'm going to say. Yeah. Right. This was just basically what I think has already been kind of discussed a little bit. This hierarchical agglomerative clustering. And let's see what it looks like. So now we don't have English. Let's see. Let me go a bit below.
I'm trying to make it so that it shows.
But I think they should see it on there. Everyone has got there. Is it really bad? Is it okay? Is it good?
Remember that we have to be, with this database, we have to really be quite a glass half full type of people, because this is astonishing that we get anything from that. If you imagine we are doing typology on that little corpus we recorded, you know.
And also it's actually right now it's fine if it's bad. I mean, it's fine if it's bad always, but like we're gonna see something that hopefully might make it better, which accidentally I found out. Adding English. So just keep in mind if this is okay or not, whatever, like kind of how well it works out. And let's see if we add the English ones. So if we think about it, that our data set is really heavily biased on gender, and we do this LDA and it pushes all this stuff out, but all of you have recorded English as well. So if we add the English there, it can't really, to the same extent, it can't use these kind of peculiarities and this gender-based stuff, because all of your data is also in English and has to be pulled out to its own thing. So hopefully that actually might filter the gender information a little bit.
Also, it's the biggest class, and LDA is a classifier, so it's sort of awarded for doing good on the bigger classes, and it's the biggest class, so it really tries to put all the English recordings together, because that's a good thing, you know, because it's told to put them together. So whatever else happens, it tries to put the English recordings together.
Shall I run it?
So let's see. This is again almost as exciting for me. Okay, let's see. That's the next one. So now we're making the same linkage matrix, but with English. And if you remember how it was, is this any better? It is? Okay, good. That's why I kind of thought that it actually does help that we put all of your English recordings there.
Is this split about the retroflex here?
Okay, okay, yeah.
So these would be the languages containing retroflex. Now, for the people I don't know, you can see, I guess, my mouth, even online people. And these would be languages, including English, as a matter of fact, which do not contain retroflex, I guess. Of course, English is on this left side, but that's another thing kind of to every nowadays remember when we are interpreting these dendrograms, that English could also be on the other side. The split is important. The positioning, whether it's left to the right, makes no difference. This is a good coincidence that it ends up there.
What is next?
The map.
Okay, so of course, yeah, now we have done this tree. I guess with a lot of languages, if you're going to do a poster or whatever at a conference, they won't have no idea where these languages are, so it's going to be very difficult to show a tree. So let's just try putting it on a map. So what we can do is to this linkage, so this is where we get the tree, the agglomerative clustering. You can tell it which kind of level do you want to extract the clusters. So you can say that I want the point where you have 5 clusters, and then get that information out, which language is in which cluster, or which speaker, or which utterance, it doesn't really matter. And now we have put 5 is the one that we have put. We are in the wrong place, I think. Here. So we put n clusters 5. You can change that. You can run that a few times and see kind of the different what it looks like. Of course, you guys, you don't really need it as much because you know where these places are. But even if for like me, when I'm doing Finnish, it actually helps a little bit because it's hard to remember when you look at this, like the whole kind of big picture. So if we just run the 5 one, we can see where they go. So on the level of 5, it actually geographically looks good in a way that there's no random ones in the wrong place. So it actually makes these divisions. And often, like, if you think about...
So I guess these are the North Indian languages, like Gujarati, Hindi, and I don't know. And these are the South Indian languages, plus Bengali. And this is Assamese, and I guess this was the Angami, Naga, which clusters with them. And these are all the other northeastern languages. Super cool.
Yeah, and often, like, when we did our world languages paper, that kind of...
English.
Yeah. World languages paper that that this geographical distance is really important, but you don't really know where to put the dot. For example, now here, maybe this is not the place where this person is, so this is just where the glottolog put it. That is the kind of some ISO code puts the dot of Bengali there. So you could put it here or wherever, like the whole area where that's spoken. And often, like, for example, what is kind of near languages? Like, I mean, Russian, you would put it in Moscow. So that's quite near, you know, Finland or near Eastern Europe. But Russian is also spoken next to Japan. So you could put it there. So it's kind of difficult to say. And for example, there's mountains. There's areas where it may be actually some driving distance, or maybe, I don't know, distance 500 years ago, how long it would take, where the roads were, would be actually a much better kind of a metric, which kind of places are close to each other. So for example here, if you look at that these green blobs, if you go a little bit further.
I just wanted to make the same point as you, that this is your English recordings, and it's geographically put in London.
Yeah. Can you zoom a bit? So for example here you have on the right you have the blue ones and the green ones and the gray ones. That could be that it's kind of less traversed, there's maybe been less kind of commercial routes or whatever. I don't know if that's the case, but that's often with ours. So for example, in the Caucasus Mountains, there's kind of ones that are very close to each other physically, but they're not very easy to terrain to kind of cross some mountains or something. So that might be not necessarily in this case, but like kind of stuff that is, I think, interesting to see, like where these languages get these kind of, where do they stop sounding similar, even though they might be very closely related languages.
But I guess in this particular case, it's the sort of a little bit other way around. That the one outlier is that this particular Angami Naga is actually not green, because this is a very different language family. Of course, these are, I guess, all the Tibeto-Burman languages, so they are sort of not related in any sort of meaningful way. But of course, it's also interesting that it's the sort of Angami speakers here who, this is based on two people, I guess, who, I don't know, maybe you speak Nagamese often enough or something like that, and something, maybe if you re-recorded the data once again and back in Jotsama, it would sort of sound different.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that basically these are just from the Goto log, so we haven't put the coordinates ourselves at all. They just put so not our fault.
So it should be probably somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That basically this is exactly the thing that you always put. Like Finnish is always in Oulu, which is a kind of a strange place in northern Finland. I don't know why they put it there. It's not in Helsinki. Russian is in Moscow, and then some other languages. So they are. I don't know who put this.
Yeah. And English is in London.
Yeah.
Even Australian English is in London, as a matter of fact.
But yeah, let's see the next one.
There is somebody decided in this big database the language, and they put these coordinates somewhere. And of course, they did as good a job as they could, but that's just random thing. Yeah. I'm sure that there would be different databases where we can get different things.
And of course, you can manually change these, but I guess especially when you have a lot of languages, it's easy to get the from a kind of database that you can kind of compare to other people as well. And that's why also the language names are weird. The individual language means that there's a macro language of that same language in the glottolog database. So there's another ISO code for the macro language. There's one that said India or something in brackets, I think, and that's because it's spoken somewhere else, and it has a different ISO code there. But for Bengal, there's no different ISO code. I guess it's only for one. There's only one variety in the glottolog. Don't know why. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing now. Take out the Indian languages and let's see how they cluster, how your Englishes cluster. So that would be kind of interesting because you're saying the exact same thing. So that cannot be anything use basically what you're saying. We should expect that it's probably worse. So now we have the maximum amount of dimensions with the LDA, and let's run the next one. And now we color with mother tongue. So whatever you set as your mother tongue is the one we color, and where we will put the map in a moment. So here, let's see what happens. So this is much worse, right?
I think it's pretty good.
Well, Malayalam and
Which are very audio based.
yeah.
For the most part, I don't need
Okay. So it can even.
In
it can
particular,
even,
if we take our Gujarati speaker who is not here, who admitted that her Gujarati that Assamese is better than her Gujarati by now.
But this is actually interesting as well. That it might be that the model would classify your English as your mother tongue, not English. At least that's been the case. I think that who trained this, they checked it out, and it actually doesn't really understand these world languages. With English, it might not be the case, because it probably might have English recordings in different kind of varieties. But with a lot of languages, I think that the thing is that they only have the kind of standard European variety, and then it always classifies it as like African French as some Congo language, like Congolese language. And that's probably why it's quite good at this, that it actually grasps the mother tongue, because it doesn't. And actually, as a phonetician, I guess this is a really good thing, that this is what it does. It doesn't have words there. It's just how it sounds.
There's one remark we often sort of discuss, which we forgot to mention, that we are using classifiers here every now and then. Essentially, the language identification model was trained as a classifier, you know, what language this comes from. LDA itself is a classifier, so we're actually combining classifier on several layers. But interestingly, what we are relying on is that the classifiers are imperfect. If these classifiers, if the LID model was perfect and separated all the languages far apart, we would not be able to do this. We are sort of richly exploring or exploiting the imperfections of the classifier. Both, actually, in particular the LID classifier. If the LID classifier was 100% perfect, it would split the languages far apart, it would always guess the things right, we would not be able to do this type of analysis. So we are sort of exploring the areas which are difficult for the classifier in some sense. So it's kind of interesting that even after all of that training with all of that huge amount of data, it's a difficult task, and that's why we can actually, you know, use these type of classifiers we use essentially the uncertainty in order to explore the data, where it makes sort of mistakes, which languages actually can mix up. That part essentially we are using here.
So I think next one is the final one of this, and then we'll let you.
Super impressed with this.
Then we will let you kind of play around a bit more on your own data. But let's just look at the kind of how it works out with your Englishes. And remember, you can on your own computer you can change the number of clusters and rerun it and see how it works out. But yeah, it seems it's more random, I guess, but it still has some sort of structure. Of course, it would be easy to say if there were a lot more languages or a lot more a lot more speakers and a lot more areas. But yeah, perhaps there's something there. Although the South Indian languages it might, but not. It's not great, but it's I guess not the worst. So
again, of course, this is kind of you know, and you might, of course, you all learned English as native language, most of you, but you have been also using the English to communicate in Assam in the last maybe 5, 6, 7 years. So your English might be influenced also, unlike maybe your mother tongue, your English might be influenced also by the communication around here. You might sound more like, you know, I lived in Ireland for many years, and when I left Ireland I sounded like Irish. Now I certainly don't, although some people recognize it, but you know, I might sound like a Slovak or like a Finn. So for me at least, but I'm of course I'm non-native speaker, it sort of changes. So it changes with the people you communicate. So this is really super difficult task to judge this on the data we are actually using for it. I'm still astonished that it works to this extent.
yeah, I guess this shouldn't work at all. Of course, like it should just think it's all English and you know not have.
And essentially, here these East, these languages are all perfectly fine. They're up to 2 clusters, but they are all separated from the rest, which is amazing.
So I think this was actually if you go a little bit down, I think this was a last picture of this Jupyter notebook. Yeah, so now we've made these kind of few different, you've seen kind of various ways of processing the data, and you can do that on your own. You can of course also plug in your own data. You can get any kind of corpus, and you can, like, I'll give you the code for the extraction, and then you can just put it there and run it again, and change whatever you want there. You can exactly for the can you go back actually? For the maps, for example, I think it might be interesting to look at the cities where you are from, and then see how those actually cluster together. For example, do different cities in I don't know, Assam, for example, cluster together in the whole of India. Actually, just something that what kind of just came to my mind is that, of course, this is all like, this has nothing to do with prosody, or I mean, probably has, but it's not like a prosodic thing. Or in general, like phonetics, we don't really know at all. We're just playing with this data. But of course, what good thing is that apart from maybe learning something new about how these kind of languages affect each other, how they change and stuff, but it's also for kind of creating questions that you can really quickly do these things. You can find out, for example, this like I don't know, this English thing that I just put. This was just a random thing that came into our minds in one meeting, and then you can get some hypotheses and try it out. And if it works out, then you can of course also do the kind of painstaking phonetics kind of study on that. You can get the kind of what you want to study. You can find that thing that, okay, this is interesting, and then you can actually do some more kind of traditional stuff on top as well. Let's look at the TensorFlow, I guess. So next, I won't show you anything, but you can work on your data a little bit more, and you can actually check out where your own utterance is, and kind of all the different kind of variables you can look at, and different kind of transformation techniques. I won't go through them, but it's so easy to look at. You can just see how they kind of work out. And there's three different, there's PCA, TSNE, and UMAP. And of course you can read about them and how they work. I don't really know how they work, most of them. But if you go to projector.tensorflow.org, in the zip that I shared you can just go to the whatever you extracted from there. In the data folder, it should have one file called.
Is this one?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So on your local computer, there's a GIAN projector embeddings. You should put that on the top one. So you go to the load on the left. There's some instructions on the if you go to the embedding analysis one, can you show that? So okay. No, on the other tab.
Here.
Tab. The
oh yeah, here. Okay.
So there's a picture here, so you can kind of look back to it while we're looking at them. So there's you have the dimensional reduction, you have the labels that you want, so you can label the dots with whatever you want, and you can also color them whatever you want.
But maybe we just show it,
Yeah.
and then we
Yeah, of
can
course.
do that. So
Yeah.
I load these projector embeddings,
and then the metadata.
And the projector metadata here. This is super useful tool. Like, we've been using this all the time. All of these other projections only come after using projector. We actually have our own offline implementation of that. So this is super useful. Like, if you want to kind of use this type of analysis and visualization, you can set this on your home page essentially. This is super cool.
Shall we do a break now?
Yeah, actually that's a good idea.
In a minute. Let's just literally 2 seconds finishing that, and then everybody can play with it and explore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So here we now loaded. These are probably all the data from I don't know, everything. Yeah, these are individual these are individual sentences.
Yeah. So you can put speaker, for example, and then you can
Color by speaker. So we have 37 participants. So these are your different sentences. If we color it by mother tongue, you can see that already, and this is a 3D as opposed to 2D, so we can turn it around. You can see that already the clouds are becoming visible there, you know. And then there are multiple other visualization, of course I can only put it in a 2D. We can see the clouds here clearly. I just uncommented the third component. And then there are these other crazy dimensionality reduction techniques which do all sort of cute things. Mhm.
But yeah, maybe we can have a break and then.
Absolutely.
come back.
But feel free to play with it, familiarize yourself in it, and then we can. Oh, look, it's super cool. I wanted to say that if you didn't play with it, you cannot break anything, but that's not completely true. You will not break your computer, of course, or you will not break TensorFlow, but sometimes it gets sort of glitchy, so we just reload it. That's what you need to do.
information that you need to edit, but if you just tell me the university name, I mean, IIT Guwahati people, I think I more or less know, but apart from that, sometimes it's Guwahati University versus University of it's Guwahati University, right, Lina? Guwahati University. No, I don't have space for that actually.
Doesn't look like my computer anymore.
Can I get my screen back to the? I'm trying to talk to the control room. Can I get my screen back here? So do you have any questions, by the way? Is everything working for you? Are you sort of busy exploring? You know? No questions from the online participants. Of course, if you have anything, just shout. Oh yeah, perfect. Thanks. I'm looking here at the embeddings from the 3D space, 3D PC space, and if you look at them, there are these three big clouds. If you click, by the way, at any of these whatever dots, it will give you the whatever the dots is about, Assamese speaker, Tinsukia and all that. So this brown, I have it colored by language, so this brown cloud here, it's on my screen at least, it's Assamese. This blue cloud here is Bengali. And this red cloud here is English. So it's a big one, because it's sort of what same amount of as the everybody else. And down here is Manipuri, so these are, I cannot find Hindi anywhere. Is it Hindi? Yeah, Hindi is somewhere here in the middle. But I guess, so when I'm turning this 3D, if we had a 3D thing, the turning, it sort of roughly corresponds to the PC analysis. You know, if I remove the third component, I get the PC, only the two principal components. So it sort of corresponds of turning this 3D picture so that, I can see the biggest spread. It's interesting here, I'm looking at the sort of Nagaland mystery, and these orange dots here are the Angami Naga. You can see that they actually do indeed, by and large, cluster with the other sort of Tibeto-Burman languages. Some of them are deeply here, next to, I don't know, well, this is Malayalam, but yeah, but they are sort of a little bit in this space, in particular in the 2D space, sort of closer to the Assamese than the others. But of course they are spread, so it depends on kind of, who you take. So this is of course with a small data, it's very speaker dependent, or very one particular outlier already pushes something in, It's kind of, we seem to have two speakers, yeah. But these are of course only 3 dimensions now. If we take, this doesn't have LDA, by the way. If you press this A here, you can get the labels, but they're very, very small.
What happens if you take out the first PC and just put 2, 3, or 4?
Oh yeah, of course we can here choose which components we put. We can here choose which components we put. You can see that the first component actually explains 17% of the variance, whatever it means, and the others sort of add very little. So if we take third, fourth, and fifth, the things start getting a little bit mixed up, but there are still more information in the further dimension by the look of it. It still splits things by languages. By the way, this projector, TensorFlow projector, was designed directly to visualize embeddings. You can plug this to your TensorFlow based deep learning thing, and it can actually visualize the embeddings on the run. As you are training the system, it can sort of show you what are the embeddings doing. When I told you that these embeddings sort of are trained first, that's how we found out that we used the sort of TensorFlow version of this projector, and we saw how the very early on, after a few epochs, the embeddings sort of spread around, although the performance of the synthesizer as such was still relatively poor, but embeddings really spread quite quickly. So that's how you can see that whether for your application, the embeddings are really training fast. Unlike these are the other visualization things, so unlike actually PCA and LDA, these other TSNE and UMAP projections, they actually do move the data. So they are at just a seed where they are projecting the data from the whatever 500 dimensions, so 1000 dimensions here, 2000 dimensions here, to 3 dimensions, but they are creating this sort of creative way of projecting by literally finding the place so that the distances in this 3-dimensional space are as similar overall as the distances in much bigger space. So they are essentially creating the new way of distributing the points in a 3D space so that that the distances are somehow maintained. And as you can see, TSN is doing it iteratively, so it keeps moving for quite a while. Sometimes for the data which are not very well behaved, it sort of seems to stop moving and then it just explodes and starts again and moves in some strange places. It's very exciting. Yeah, you can stop it and pause it and all, of course, but you can keep looking at it. So you can see here that with this sort of projection, in fact, although in those small dimensions when we directly project through LDA and through the OPCA, those points are quite mixed. But in the original large space, the language is actually quite well separated in terms of the distance. So, we can see that, these are amazingly uniform blobs, as it were. And you can see that the language is in the original large space, because of course when we just turn the space, we lose it's a little bit like looking at the stars. That we lose the vision of how far the stars are actually in dimension, which we cannot perceive, because the dimension which is going away from us. So if we do the LDA or PCA transformation, we lose the information about the other type of distances. We are as if looking at the space from one direction and cannot perceive the distance. But of course there is a lot of distance information in the other dimensions, and we can see that in this, what am I running? TSNE, that those data are actually quite far apart. And here there is this interesting blob containing, I can label it by language, containing somewhat surprisingly Hindi and Manipuri and Lushai and Angami. And so here, for example, in the real distances, I can maybe run it in 2D. In the real distances, the Angami and other Naga languages actually and Manipuri are lumped together in a separate cloud. For some reason Bengali is very separate, but it's because we have so many Bengali speakers that again, it tries to push the Bengali crowd far away because it's satisfied when of course it has to kind of get this distance good on average. And if there is a lot of close sort of similarities between Bengali embeddings, it tries to push it far away so that overall kind of match between the distances is maintained.
By the way, also, I'm not sure if I'm right, but isn't it so that TSNE doesn't really work well except locally? So the global
Right, yeah. Right. What's kind of the fact that these are too far and these are too far is not so important, but the fact that they are all lumped together, that these clouds are sort of essentially single color, it means that in the multidimensional space they are actually quite close together, which is quite amazing that this technique, the recordings we did, regardless recording conditions, regardless of many other things, is actually working fine.
So the model is kind of having a hard time only with northeastern languages. And Hindi.
And rather surprisingly, Hindi is kind of, in these visualizations, tend to sort of pop up among the languages. So again, it might be because it has similar number of speakers, so the projection is not rewarded for separating Hindi from the other languages as much as it's rewarded to separating, let's say, English recordings. It's as if, calculates all the possible distances between all the possible points in the original space and in this space, and then tries to sort of match them, correlate them as well as it can. And uses different algorithms to do that. But of course, when you have many combinations within the Bengali class, it favors to do a good job there. And a little bit, it doesn't matter hugely, and of course tries to put Hindi far from Bengali and all that. But But in the first place, what's sort of astonishing that these colors are not present in any of these transformations we are running here in the embedding projector. These colors are not given as an information for the whatever visualizing thing. So all of the fact that these clouds are single colored, it's completely emergent. It's completely comes from the way how we analyze the thing. So it's quite astonishing that, of course, well, LID have those things. So LID is trying to push them apart.
It's not here.
But this is not. It's not okay. These are raw embeddings. So there is no actually LID transformation applied on these. So it's really quite impressive. I'm saying that it's quite impressive. I'm sort of generally impressed myself when we came up with this idea. Sometimes, I don't know, second half of last week or something like that. We'll do this recording thing. One of the major plans was, we thought it might work. We'll see, but most likely it will not. And it's going to be hopefully very instructive failure. We can analyze that. Why does it not work? So I was actually quite skeptical. So yeah, I'm extremely, impressed.
So you can, I don't have a mic, but maybe you can say that you can search on the right for your own name. So you put there Lang with speaker and then you search.
Oh, no Slovak.
But you have Lang. Put the
No.
Lang as speaker.
But I know I'm not there anyway, so I just tried. Whether. And the last maybe thing for the future, I'm not gonna try it because I'm sort of not used to be coding hugely that way, but this Jupyter notebook, you probably know that, also sort of has the Gemini AI, the large language model, plugged into that. So you can of course try to edit the code yourself if you feel like it, and of course you can, this is relatively simple code, so you can sort of learn from it hopefully. But also you can use the Gemini, and under the bit of code you can add your own code if you want. And here you can either start typing the code if you are so inclined, or press generate here. And well, you have to probably commit something again if you're, and you can ask thing here, I don't know, we colored this by gender. What was there to color it here? Please, well, I'm polite. Please, oh no, maybe let's do it without, you know. Do the same with coloring by city. And when you press it, and you are lucky, it will generate the code. Handle cases where city might be missing. Okay, okay, okay. We'll see. And when we press it, it crashed. But
it doesn't have the... Oh, it works.
It works.
Yeah.
It complains about something, but it has still colored things by cities, you know. And of course you can go further. Next step, explain error. And in this particular button, explain error is a good one, because you know, if you are sort of taking some programming classes and your teacher who is teaching you programming, you tell her or him that you are using this Gemini to code, they might be sort of angry. But when you tell them that you often use the explain error button, they are gonna be very impressed and very happy, because that's the way how we learn programming. Very few people nowadays program from scratch. I've been programming since I was 14. I got my first computer. What am I, 50? For 40 years, almost daily. And I've very rarely start with a blank thing. I just take some code from somewhere and start tweaking it, and actually use ChatGPT nowadays to program for me anyway. So there is no shame in that. But of course it's very useful to, at the beginning, to learn the basics, mostly to learn how to think like a computer does, or like the programming language does. All the grammar of that and syntax, that's secondary. That comes, that's a, the AI can give that to you, but sort of getting to ask right questions here is very cool as well. So you can feel free to use that. It was actually just a color bar.
Yeah, I think this problem is that you haven't like set how many colors.
Exactly. I think just the color bar is missing here, so it doesn't, yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Although it looks different, so it plots something different, because this should be the same shape, just different coloring.
It's fine. Should we ask if there's some questions?
Yeah, so we are kind of finishing our presence. You feel free to stay. I don't know. Shouldn't talk for the other people here. Somebody might kick you out, but you know, feel free to spend, you know, time with this. So tomorrow, I guess we meet again at 9:30, and we will have some sort of. It's going to be a lecture. We can call it a lecture, but I am much more interested in having a discussion. we will little bit talk maybe about, in particular, promises and limitations of these methods. We've talked about them quite a lot. We will just try to summarize them, put them on the sort of few slides, so you will have them for the future reference. And then in the afternoon, for those of you who are interested, we will have this 1 hour sort of exam thing. How many of you want to do exam? Can you put your hands up? Okay. Just to know how many exams we should print out, 15 or something, 10. And then we will kind of correct it straight afterwards, and yeah.
Yeah, those who want to get the grade card, actually, exam is not optional. So, how many of you want to have the grade card is the question.
The right question, yes, exactly. But anyway, and then we will correct the exams, so we will make them quickly correctable. And yeah, I guess I can tell the form of the exam. I don't know. And of course, these are very big differences between different sort of pedagogical or educational institutions, how the exams are run. But we will write, I don't know, 30 or so, maybe questions or statements related to what we were talking about. And your job is going to be to say whether the statement is true or false. That's all. So this is, so if you, I'm not sure if I uploaded today's slides. If not, I will upload them now. I'll check.
One is uploaded morning, one is at least.
Okay, so I will upload the afternoon one.
And then also, like, an exam is only applicable for, you can only have grade card if you have attending it offline. Online, because IIT Guwahati does not offer any grades online.
Yes? Is it the case? Oh. But I think I granted the access to, I invited. So does everybody, can nobody access the slides? Or is it that only few people who cannot access the slides? Few people. So what I did was I opened the Google, what is it called? Drive or whatever it's called.
We use the emails.
Wait a second, I used the email addresses you provided to invite you. So please send an email address of yours to the WhatsApp. If you cannot access it, then I'll add you as I'll give you access to that, okay? Because if there was any typo in the email address or something like that, I just copied all email addresses and put them on blog.
Yeah. So any questions from the online participants? I guess not. You're right?
No. Okay, so with a bit of luck, the last lecture should be uploaded as well. Doesn't show here. So now all the lectures and even some slides for tutorials, at least for this one. Well, yesterday ones uploaded. We will not be probably producing the slides for today's tutorial because essentially all the notes are in the Jupyter notebook. All the steps are sort of covered there, so well, we will just replicate them in another format. Cool. Yep. So yes, so see you tomorrow, everybody, both online and offline.